Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the SCSC Petitioner Bootcamp. We will get started in about 3 minutes. Just wanted to open the broadcast and greet everyone who's in the webinar. We'll get started shortly. Good morning, everyone. It is now 9:33. Kristen, I'm going to kick it over to you to welcome everyone and get us started with the SCSC Petitioner Bootcamp.
Thanks, Nikita. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the SCSC's 2025 FY25 Petitioner Bootcamp. We're going to go ahead and get started here as soon as I have keyboard and mouse controls. Give me 1 second. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get started. Well, thank you all for joining us for our annual Petitioner Bootcamp. We're so excited that you are here and interested in potentially starting a school, a state charter school in Georgia. We always like to kick everything off just highlighting our mission and vision, and these are particularly important as we talk about our upcoming petition cycle. So our vision is innovative and charter schools advancing education in every community. We hope that you all will help us fulfill our vision by having new schools throughout the state. Our mission at SCSC is to improve by authorizing high-quality charter schools that provide students with better educational opportunity than they would otherwise receive in their traditional school district. That authorizing high-quality charter schools piece will come in. We hope that you all use this camp in this period. The petitions to put together a great idea for a school that would be able to be approved and provide that better educational opportunity for Georgia students. So just to get us started and kind of orient for the day, we're going to be in it for the long haul. We go until 2:30 today. This boot camp is designed to provide a really comprehensive overview of our petitions process, highlight some of the key pieces of the petition itself, so you kind of begin preparing responses and thinking through what your planning looks like. So we'll start today and go through the petition process itself. We'll talk a little bit about what the local submission requirements are. We have some sessions on fiscal feasibility, board capacity, and board requirements. We'll take a quick break for lunch, and then about what it means to operate as an LEA, what the academic programming portion of our petition looks like, and what planning for pre-opening looks like during the petition phase. As we kind of move throughout the day, we'll take some quick spot breaks in between, 5 minutes, 10 minutes here, to kind of depending on the schedule. But we will take some breaks throughout as we're going along. But we're here until 2:30, so please feel free to step away if you need to. We are going to be recording this presentation, and we will post it on our website and send it back out to all of the participants. So if you miss something, if you have to step away from your computer, that's okay. We will make this available to everyone, and you can start out with your teams if they're not here on the call. I also want to quickly just highlight another resource that's coming up. So as you all know, the petition launches at the beginning of November, or you might not be aware, but it will launch at the beginning of November, and pretty quick thereafter on November 7th from 10 to 11:30, we will be hosting a second webinar regarding our petition. So it's to go over the platform itself and the petition budget template. So this is a little bit more technical. We'll actually demo some of the petition platform features and functions so that way you can see how to log in, that kind of thing, answer some common troubleshooting questions, and just provide an overview of the budget template. So when you get the copy of this presentation, that is linked there. It's also on our website. So if you are interested in that, please go ahead and register. And with that, I am going to get us started with our first presentation of the day, going over the petition review process. So briefly, just to orient ourselves for this section, we're going to go over some charter school basics, what the actual petition process looks like when you petition before the SCSC. We're going to talk a little bit about attendance zones and what the technical requirements around those are. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the SCSC's petition priorities. So talking about some of the basics. So what is a charter school? This is often a question that folks who are kind of just starting in the space are asking. It is a public school. You are authorized and subject to terms of a charter contract. It's not a private school, it's not like a homeschooling cohort. There's certain technical requirements. There are flexibility waivers that exist in the charter space, and it grants you flexibility from certain educational laws in exchange for increased accountability for student achievement. So the charter bargain is that you get to have some additional flexibility in your programming or around what you do. In exchange, your students must perform well, and we will review that on an annual cycle, and then also as part of the charter renewal process every 5 years or so. So who is eligible to apply? The folks that are eligible are registered nonprofit corporations, in Georgia nonprofits. And then there's a list here of folks who are not eligible under Georgia law to apply to be a state charter school. You can see here most of those directly private schools, home study programs, that sort of thing. If you are interested in what it takes to become a Georgia nonprofit, please go to the Secretary of State's website. They have a whole set of information there. Something important to note too is it's also important to be familiar with the Georgia Nonprofit Code. So something to just remember is once you create your nonprofit and apply to the SCSC, you are an actual nonprofit corporation, regardless of whether you are approved or not. So please be aware of what those requirements are and that you're fulfilling those obligations as a nonprofit. And we also always want to highlight to take your bylaws seriously as you're kind of creating your organization and thinking through what that looks like, because that's going to be the guiding post for your nonprofit. So who can and cannot be on your board? So as you're putting together your nonprofit corporation, you have to have at least 3 board of directors, and those governing board members must be a U.S. citizen and a resident of Georgia, and they cannot be an employee of the state charter school. Governing board members cannot be officers or serve on the board of any organization that would sell goods or services to the state charter school. And again, can't be an employee of the local school system from the region that the school serves. So there's a couple of pieces there. If you want to look at the regulation, it's higher as well. But just important to know as you're kind of putting your teams together who can and cannot actually be members throughout this. So who are authors in Georgia? There are 2 types of, some basic terminology here. There are 2 types of charter schools in Georgia. You can either contract with the SCSC or through a 3-party charter contract with a local board of education and the state board of education. However, for both paths, there is only one state education agency, which is the Georgia Department of Education. We often refer to them as the SEA. And they is the agency responsible for supervision of all elementary and secondary schools, regardless of whether they're a traditional school, a charter school, or anything like that. The State Board of Education and a local Board of Education are commonly known as locally approved charter schools or local charter schools. And then the SCSC operates as an independent state-level authorizing agency and approves what we call state charter schools. The main difference in the function, as we'll kind of get through later today, is that state charter schools are treated as single local education agencies or LEAs for administrative purposes, meaning that they have the same legal responsibilities and obligations as a local school district would have. So think data reporting, that type of stuff where you're going to be operating as the actual district itself. So what is the role of a charter school authorizer? So what we do, we approve schools. We set academic, financial, and operational expectations and then monitor you for them, and then hold schools accountable for the legal requirements and performance against those expectations. What we don't do is we do not dictate how schools meet those performance goals. So that is part of your autonomy. You're able to make those decisions. We do not act as an appellate entity for school level decisions. So if a parent doesn't like your grading policy at school, they can't come to your authorizer and say, we would like the school to change it. As long as it's legally compliant, that happens at the governing board level. We do not provide direct services for students. So we're not your district or assist with like special needs or anything like that. That is happen at the school level. And we do not set schools board policy. So again, that's the role of the school board to set that autonomy that's granted as part of the charter bargain. All right, now we're going to go through the petition process. I'm just going to quickly say that this is an overview because this is going to be just very high level discussion on how our process works. A part of our process this year that we started last year requires that petitioners attend an orientation training that will go live when the petition goes live as well, in preparation to submit your actual petition. And that goes into a little bit more detail as well. So this is an overview. It can't cover everything, but if you have questions as you come out of this, one, tune into the orientation. It's really a critical, helpful tool, but also feel free to reach out to us and we'd be happy to kind of guide you through process pieces. All right, so the state or school petition process. The SCSC sets a high bar for approving schools. And historically, the SCSC has approved between 2 to 3 schools, maybe a couple more each year. And petitioners should understand that the process is a serious request to convince the state of Georgia that you deserve and have the capacity to manage taxpayer dollars and use those dollars to successfully provide one of the most critical functions of society, to educate children. So that's we take that responsibility very seriously, very high bar, and we want you all to enter into it, understanding those standards as well. A petition really should be viewed almost as a formal business proposal to convince the state of Georgia that you deserve millions of dollars and that you will meet high performance expectations. Not just that you are passionate about kids and have an idealistic plan and a hope and a dream, but that you have concrete details that you're prepared to propose to make sure that you're maximizing state dollars and educating Georgia's children. A request to be approved. It's not a guarantee for approval. Just, again, think of it like your Shark Tank interview, that you're going in and requesting from the state to grant you all these funds to launch your school. So really quickly going through the timeline for FY25, on November 1st, the SCSC will open the application portal for you to access. That'll go live on our website, and we'll also blast it out through our various social media channels, our newsletter, that sort of thing. So please tune in there, but know it will go live on November 1st. LOIs. So this is something that is new this year. We have a letter of intent that is required for our startup cycle. We required it for our replicating schools previously, but now all petitioners are required to get a letter of intent to us. That is already up on our website, so you can go ahead and check that out. It's just a very simple form. And if you'll turn that into us no later than the end of the calendar year. So at 11:59 p.m. on December 31st, right before the ball drops, please get us your LOIs. Then the petition itself is due on March 14th by 5 p.m. It is an automatic portal, and so the portal will close on that date. So make sure that you get in there, get your content in, and hit submit by that March 14th date. Petitions that are not submitted by 5 p.m. on that day will not be considered by the SCSC. Then beginning the week of June 2nd, we are planning for interviews to begin. So for petitions that meet legal and substantive review requirements, the SCSC will begin conducting capacity interviews. Please plan for the interviews to start the week of June 2nd, and they could be anywhere between that week and the next 2 weeks from there. We'll send out more details as we get closer to. Please go ahead and plan that first half of June. Mark that on your calendars as if you're going to submit a petition, that would be when capacity interviews will start. And then finally, beginning at our July board meeting in 2025, the SCSC intends to begin making recommendations on petitions to our Board of Commissioners for final approval. All right, SCSC electronic submission portal. So petitions must, emphasis there, be submitted through our online SM Apply portal. We will not consider petitions submitted via any other method, not via email or paper copy or courier pigeon or anything like that. So please make sure that you are completing it in our portal. And in November, we will host a webinar to familiarize you with the actual SM Apply system. So please tune into that on November 7th. Again, the link is on our website. What is in the petition itself? The petition is a plan to address schools and mission and operations in a direct and succinct fashion. The petition includes word limits, and although the permits uploads, SCSC staff will focus its review on your responses to the petition questions, not addendums or supplemental materials. If major components of your plan contained in addendums or other attachments, they not be reviewed. So it's just something to keep up. So there are really the three pieces of a petition. It's the narrative responses, so the set of questions that you're wanting to, the budget template document. So that's an Excel document. It's got a bunch of formulas populated in it. Again, tune in on November 7th if you want to hear how that template works. And then the required appendices. So there are a couple of required documents that we will ask you to submit. Things like there's a staffing plan or a curriculum list and certain things like that you'll see there. And then there are also some non-required appendices that are allowed. You will see those all in the petition. Just please note, again, we may not be, if you are using the appendices as a way to add to your narrative answers to get around the word limit, that is not what those are for. So try to be succinct and convince us within the set word limits of the narrative application that you have what you need to operate a school. Please note you are going to be required to set 2 budgets. One is at 100% enrollment, what you include petition, and the other is intended to be a stress test, which is a 65% enrollment. You must submit the budget for your proposed school in the SCSC budget template. Carmen will talk about this more later in her section as well, but I just want to go ahead and reemphasize it as many times as I can. You must use the SCSC budget template in the form in which it is provided to you. It is a locked Excel document with a bunch of formulas pre-populated in it. If you open it and unlock it, it corrupts the data. That's not good. You will have to sign in a couple of different places that you promised not to do it, but I'm just going to say it out loud again here. Carmen, I'm sure will reiterate it later on this morning. Please use our budget template as provided. We will not review any petitions that contain a budget that is in another form or format. You're also required to upload specific documentation, much of which will establish a legal compliance. For example, you submit documentation of your concurrent submission, your certificate of incorporation as a nonprofit, resumes of board members, any agreements that you have with EMO or CMO, that type of thing. So go ahead and take a look when you get into the petition itself once it opens, and see what those documents are so you can begin kind of working on those and collecting those in addition to your narrative responses. Additionally, because state charter schools act as their own LEAs, we require that you complete a staffing template, which we will evaluate to assess your understanding of your LEA obligations and what your plans are for making sure you have sufficient staff to complete some of those obligations. So for example, we would want additional information from schools that allocate most of its LEA obligations to one staff member. Oftentimes, like principal will be in charge of everything that wanted an LEA. Although this isn't fatal to a school's application, the interview panel might likely raise some questions about how you would be able to fulfill your actions while also running the academic program of the school. So think of the staffing template as a guide for who is going to do what in your larger organizational plan, and also make sure that it coordinates with your budget template. So if you're going to assign all these obligations to someone and then pay them $25,000, that's a unicorn. You may want to consider. It might not work out great. Again, just be mindful of that kind of thing as you're completing those documents. Again, I also just want to highlight that the questions do have word limits in the narrative section. So we are based on quality, not quantity there. So to overload, you can incorporate that in some of the appendices where appropriate here in the narrative, the plan in a succinct manner for how you're going to operate your school. All right, let's go through what the process looks like on the inside. So there's a couple things that I want to highlight. First, back to the legal review. We do a legal compliance and budget screen up front. And this is for technical requirements. So if your petition does not establish or provide documentation that you've met the technical application submission requirements, then it will be disqualified from further review. That is, you don't have your nonprofit, if you don't have a board that is compliant with Georgia law, the real basic key pieces to being able to be approved as a school would fall into that review. There's also a budget screen. So again, why I highlighted the importance of using our budget template, that is something that could get you qualified. So please, please, please make sure you're familiar with those requirements are, because we do that before we even start reading the narrative portions of your petition. Second, once you are submitted, you may not make changes or updates to your petition. So please ensure that your submission is complete prior to actually hitting that submit. We always recommend having multiple people review the submission attachments before you actually hit submit, because we want to make sure that once it's submitted, everyone is given the same opportunities. So we as across the board, will not allow for people to make revisions after the due. Please keep that in mind. So then after we complete the legal compliance budget screen, we move into substantive review, which is where we evaluate the details of your plan and narrative. So schools planning to locate in a high saturation area, I'm just going to highlight here. We'll talk a little bit about petition priorities, but if it be outside of a priority zone, we will also evaluate whether your petition contains the required information regarding saturation areas. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a later slides, but that is also part of the substantive review. Then following that, we kind of put together our internal documents on the review, and then we hold a capacity interview. So again, those start the first week in June. Please be sure that you're holding time for those interviews on your calendar again. And we involve commissioners, national and local experts, SCSC staff on panel. Really, I'll just highlight this as well. The logistics involved in organizing and scheduling city interviews are complicated. And so as a general rule, we do not permit scheduling changes. I want to highlight that that's when petitioner interview week, those weeks are. So again, hold those dates. You know, if there is an extreme circumstance, we will always consider a request to change a scheduling date, but can't guarantee it. And I'm just going to be honest, it's very difficult to do. So please hold those dates on your end. And then following the capacity interview, the SCSC staff will formulate a recommendation and put that before the Board of Commissioners. Following a capacity interview, on occasion, we might require that petitioners provide supplemental information following an interview. If there's something really critical that the panel felt that it needed to make a final decision, we may request some follow-up information. So please be prepared to produce this information within a relatively short time frame, usually about a week. All right, so we're going to get a little bit more in detail. So during the legal compliance and budget screens, what we're really looking for is that you're adhering to those within the petition. General budget compliance, again, please use the correct template, don't unlock it. And petitioners will be notified in writing if their submission fails to meet those requirements. So you get a letter from us. Deficiencies may be remedied in a revised petition in a subsequent petition cycle. So we don't send it back to you for revision and then reopen the cycle. We have one cycle once a year. So please, again, that's why we really emphasize double, triple, quadruple checking what you're hitting submit on is right and compliant, that you have a couple of sets of eyes from your petitioning team to look at it. All right, substantive review. So after a few weeks that it takes us to complete the legal compliance review, SCSC staff will begin to do the substantive review portion of our review process and look at the school mission and programs and how you propose to use your flexibility and the school's going to operate. And we look through and see how the school is going to be in terms of like financial viability, things like that. And we're assessing it for quality. So we want to make sure that the petition is consistent with state educational goals to enhance public education opportunities. And so that's really the lens we're looking at. This is an in-depth review of both your programming and budget to determine whether or not you are going to be prepared to operate a state charter school. So petitions are reviewed substantively by local and national experts as well as our commissioners. And the review often focuses on your ability to execute your plan. Not just is the plan good, but can you do it? So typically there's not much debate around things like curriculum choices, like model you chose, or thing. But we do expect to send that inclusion that will likely provide a better educational outcome for the set of Georgia students that you are aiming to serve. We also expect to see a plan that can cohesively implement to support the proposed mission and vision of the school and still adhere to legal standards and be financially viable. So again, your plan has to rationale behind it, and it has to be to actually serve those students well, and it has to be able to stay afloat and be compliant with rule and law. All right, and then the next step in here, capacity interviews. So again, that interview panel is composed of SCSC staff, commissioners, and national and local experts. And the focus of the interview is to assess the governing board and school leadership's capacity to operate a state charter school. Again, it's the how. It's, are you going to be able to implement this effectively? And we'll cover a little bit more of the capacity interview during orientation, kind of what that process looks like and things like that. But just know it's a panel interview. We're really trying to get at, or not, the plan is going to be able to work. And moving to SCSC staff recommendations and board vote. So petition recommendations to the board based on the interview panel's feedback in an alignment with state educational goals and our strategic plan and local district feedback. Petitioners are always given the opportunity to withdraw from the petition process, and staff will not present recommendations to the SCSC Board of Commissioners. So if you get into it and say, hey, we're not ready, you can always withdraw your application. So just kind of keep that in mind. And then after our approvals are complete, they are subject to State Board of Education review as well. So I will pause. I'm going to check and see, since we kind of covered through the process here, before we jump into attendance, I'm going to check in and see if there's any questions. Let's see.
We have a few questions about board composition. Can you clarify what the school area or region is for a local school district employee who also wants to be on a charter school governing board?
It's going to be your attendance zone. And Aaron, if I say something incorrect on the legal compliance, please feel free to jump in. But if you're proposing to serve, for example, APS, Fulton, DeKalb, you can't be an employee of APS, Fulton, or DeKalb.
That's correct, Kristen. There was actually a change to the law. And if anyone wants to email me and ask specific questions, I'm glad to provide more guidance on that and even cite the law change that was recently made.
Perfect. Thanks, Aaron.
We have one more question. Can a board member be an employee of the proposed charter school itself?
No. Nope. Board members cannot be employees of the charter school. I often have this come up when it's like a leader-founded school where you're kind of all functioning like a board, but then someone's going to transition to staff. But once you are actually a staff member of the school, or you know, as you're a proposed school leader or something like that, then you would not be on the board. I think we have one here too. It says, do we have to go through the local Board of Education or can we go through the SCSC? And I'm so glad that you asked that, because we are going to talk about that next with attendance zones. So let me go ahead and jump right on in. All right, so that question around who you have to actually submit to is directly tied to what your attendance zone requirements are. So petitioners must select an attendance zone, and there are two types. There's a statewide attendance zone that requirements for a statewide attendance zone are that you must demonstrate community interest and a plan to recruit students from a majority of school districts in Georgia. Majority meaning, you know, more than half. If the petition is approved, the school must accept enrollment from students from any local school system in Georgia, regardless of where they reside. A defined attendance zone demonstrates community interest and a plan to recruit students from less than a majority of school districts in Georgia. If the petition is approved, the school may only accept enrollment from students from the local school systems detailed in its actual attendance zone. So as required by law, the petitioners must select an attendance zone. And we'll go into a little bit more detail about like what can go into a defined attendance zone or state attendance zone. But the selection of attendance zone is not arbitrary. It must be based on various factors, including confirmed community interest in the local school system, your proposed attendance zone, and where you intend to solicit recruitment. A statewide attendance zone should be selected if you can confirm that community interest from a majority of Georgia school districts and inform outreach in each of those locations. So please note, roughly 181 school districts in Georgia. So divide that by half, and that's your majority there. So this means that if you choose a statewide attendance zone, you must have documentation showing community interest from stakeholders in at least 51% of Georgia school districts. Petitions that fail to document sufficient community interest may be withdrawn from further consideration. Please note, we have disqualified petitions for this in the past if you choose a statewide attendance zone without support. So what is required? Documentation of community interest in those attendance zones. So again, if you aren't able to provide documentation, you have a broad community interest statewide attendance zone, you may be withdrawn. It must reflect location of stakeholders relevant to the local school system. So you can't just have poll out there in, for example, Alabama saying that they really want your school. That doesn't mean anything in terms of the actual community interest for the community that you plan to serve. So examples of this could be letters of support, intent to enroll or pre-engagement forms, signed petitions if you have like a local petition or something going around your community, meeting sign-in sheets, things like that. Whatever you're doing to gauge community interest in the proposed attendance, that would be an able type document. So why is this important? For concurrent submission purposes. So you must concurrently submit your petition to a local board of education if you're going to have a defined attendance zone. So one option to this is if you are going to provide a fully virtual school at the statewide attendance zone, you just apply directly to us. Everyone else must concurrently submit your petition to a local district. And we'll talk a little bit more about the local submission process when Alan talks next, but just that's something to note there. How to submit a concurrent submission based that you put in your attendance zone. So if you are going to, serve a defined attendance zone with 5 counties, that dictates who needs to be a concurrent submit at the local district as well. Petitions without sufficient evidence that a concurrent submission was submitted to the local districts will be removed from consideration. So this is a technical requirement in Georgia law that you concurrently apply because it impacts who we're allowed to approve down the line. I'm going to dive into those requirements but please keep in mind that the petition will require you to provide documentation of your compliance with this requirement. So make sure that you're collecting and maintaining documentation of your concurrent submissions as you're kind of going through the local approval process. So a defined attendance zone is a petition with a defined attendance zone must be submitted to the local board or boards of education where the school is proposed to locate for action. So if you plan to have your physical building in that local board of education's geographic bounds, then they have the right to take action on your petition. You can have additional districts outside of those that you would want to be able to serve students from, and each of those local school districts where you plan to enroll students from are required to get a copy of your petition for informational purposes. So again, in the example that I used, where you're wanting to have a school in APS and serve students from Fulton and DeKalb, APS would get a copy for action. And then if you knew that you were going to locate an APS and not locate in Fulton or DeKalb, Fulton and DeKalb would get informational purposes only petitions. But what that also means is that you could not then locate in Fulton or DeKalb. So wherever, if you want to have your physical building in a space then they need to be able to take action on your petition. And the SCSC cannot vote to approve or deny your petition unless and until the local board of education denies it. So at the very beginning, I mentioned that the SCSC operates as almost an appellate body. So the local district has the first right of refusal on your petition. That's the way it's set up in Georgia law. So you do have to apply to your local district if you have a defined attendance zone, which again, if you're not planning to serve at least a majority of Georgia school districts, so most schools will fall into that category. So to answer that question, yes, you have to apply to the local district as well. Something to note is, and I'm just gonna highlight this, I kind of highlighted in my example, if there's a possibility that you might want to locate in more than one school district, so if you have 2 separate building options, for example, that are maybe like right across county lines, you're not sure which one you're going to want to do, we generally encourage you to submit to both local boards of education for action. So again, we know that the real estate market can be tricky, and so if you want to keep your options more flexible in where you're planning to locate, especially close to county or district lines, it's common to want to have the flexibility by applying to multiple local boards of education for actions that you have that flexibility in where you can actually locate. So what qualifies as a local denial so that the SCSC can act on your defined attendance zone petition? So a denial is the local board votes to deny your petition, or the local board fails to act on your petition within 90 days of submission, and you do not request extension to give the local board additional time, or an extension of additional time expired and the local board we can go into like a little more detail question to your individual circumstances. Happy to respond via email to kind of help think through that. The gist of this here, need a denial, or the petition or the local board needs to have failed to act within the required time. What is not considered a denial? Your local board approves your petition. Again, they have first right of refusal, so they're able to approve your petition, and then the SCSC cannot take action. Local board rejects or withdraws your petition because it failed to adhere to the technical requirements, process, or deadlines. So again, this is really critical. A disqualification or a rejection or withdrawal does not count as a denial, which means we will not be able to act on it. So please be sure that you're paying attention to the local board requirements for submission, because that is really critical there. Then a denial is also you failed to work with the local board in good faith in seeking approval. So, you have to follow their process. You actually have to attempt to approve by the local district. It can't just be, I'm sending, please deny me so I can go. You actually have to try to be a locally approved school. Please understand and adhere all of the submission requirements for your local board of education that you're applying to. Local boards across the state have different submission requirements, and many of these requirements are not published. So make sure that you have the contact information for the individuals with authority over the submission process at your various districts that you're looking to apply to, so that you can ask questions and seek clarification on your submission. Please note that the SCSC does not have the authority over the local submission requirements, and we're not responsible for ensuring that petitioners meet the applicable submission requirements. So again, it's really important that you are aware of what that local process looks like and that you're adhering to those requirements as well. All right, the next piece here is something that we've implemented, I believe it started last year, is the certification of local board denial. So petitioners with a defined attendance zone must submit this certificate to the SCSC in order for us to act on your petition. So submitting that certification does not guarantee that the SCSC will act on your petition by a certain date, but it's something, basically it's notice to us that the local board has actually taken action. Factors affecting when the SCSC acts on a petition include, but are not limited to, whether the petitioner and local board appear to still be working through the petition review process, despite no formal extension past 90 days. So again, as you kind of get into this situation, if there are questions, happy to clarify what the SCSC's expectations are. But please note that if you are applying locally and you receive your denial from district, you are required to submit this certificate to us, so then we can act on your petition. Something quick to note too about the petition contents. So a concurrent submission filed with the local Board of Education must be substantively the same as the petition to the SCSC. So we recognize that there are going to be some differences. The local process might ask a couple of different versions of a question than what we would, and we have questions regarding operating as a local education agency. So we recognize that it will not be like for like application. However, an example of this is you can't propose a STEAM school for your local district and then a robotics school to the SCSC. They need to be in substance the same between the two applications. So for a statewide attendance zone, a petitioner that selects a statewide attendance zone must submit its petition to the local Board of Education where the school is proposed to locate for informational purposes only. The exception to this is a statewide attendance zone for only or exclusively virtual school. At that case, you would not need to submit a petition to any local Board of Education. Also, just as like a separate note on this, the exception for a fully virtual school, fully is the piece that you should take note there, does not apply to a hybrid model. So we know that sometimes people will consider higher blended models, but if there are part of instruction does intend to be delivered in a brick and mortar setting, you would still have to apply to the local Board of Education. All right, so let's walk through an example. And sorry, the top is cut off there. Basically, is who do I apply to? This little flow chart. So charter school is a blended learning charter school with a predominantly virtual instruction plan that's planned to locate and target students living in Clayton County schools. However, in order to sustain high enrollment, the school would also like to enroll students from surrounding districts of Henry and Fulton counties. So what are the possible attendance zones that NICE charter school could select? It could, whether it be statewide, defined, with just Clayton, defined Clayton, Henry, and Fulton. And then based on the attendance zone, who should the school submit to? So this little flow chart here, since they are planning to provide virtual education, you might think, oh, they're only planning to provide virtual education, then they just need to do the statewide. However, because they are only planning to serve students in Clayton, Henry, and Fulton, and not a broader swath of the majority of the state, they would still need to submit for informational purposes to those districts that they are planning to locate in. And again, if you have specific questions about your attendance zone and what the technical requirements are, please feel free to reach out. All right, the concurrent submission timeline. So if you're submitting a petition to a local Board of Education for action, you must submit it in accordance with its deadlines for the school year opening in 2026-2027. So if the local deadline comes before the SCSC deadline, you will submit your local petition by that local deadline and include evidence in your SCSC petition submission that you have actually submitted that application. If the local deadline falls after the SCSC deadline, you upload evidence of the deadline in the petition and then email the SCSC evidence once you actually submit to the local Board of Education. So there's a requirement in the petition that you provide evidence that you completed the local submission. And so depending on where you are in the process, that's the type of documentation that you would provide. If you cannot locate any of your local board published deadlines, please contact your local board to confirm its process. Please note the local board petition processes are subject to the State Board of Education rules, and feel free to contact the Office of Charter School Compliance for more information. And luckily, the Senior Director of the Office of Charter School Compliance, it will be on and talking next. So you'll get to know Alan as well. If you're submitting a petition for a local Board of Education for informational purposes only, because it's just for information, you can submit the petition to the local Board of Education at the same time as your SCSC petition and include that submission evidence in your SCSC petition upload. Again, just emphasizing it's your responsibility to understand the local process and how it impacts your SCSC petition. There are too many different nuances across different districts for us to kind of keep up with all that. And so please make sure that you are talking with your local districts where you're applying and working with them to make sure that you're in compliance with the submission process. Or feel free to, and in addition to talking to the local, also feel free to contact the Office of Charter School Compliance in our office if you have about that, and they'd be able to help and direct them. Also, you run into that maybe feels a little bit wonky, where the petition timelines are we seem a little bit more nuanced, and you're trying to understand where you're correctly to the SCSC. Also, please feel free to reach out to us. There are a couple of school districts throughout the state that do have processes that maybe don't line up perfectly with the SCSCs, and in those instances, we're happy to provide guidance as well. So local board timeline. So local petition timelines affect when you would be eligible to be approved by the SCSC, which also then impacts your pre-opening year. So petitioners understand all of the implications of the local timeline as you're going through the process. So if the local board will not act on your petition in 90 days, you must decide whether or not you want to offer the local board additional time. So if you're working in good faith and considering whether or not you want to be approved and the 90-day approval window has lapsed, it is up to the petitioner to grant an extension of time there. But just please note that means that the SCSC cannot take additional action on your petition until you receive a denial. So that just shortens it. If you were then approved by the SCSC, it could shorten your pre-opening window. So just there's some considerations as you're going through the local process. So just be mindful of that as you're going through. All right, I'm going to talk a little bit about our petition priorities for FY25. So in our strategic plan, we have a couple of priorities that are specifically focused on growth because we were seeing a heavy concentration in the Metro Atlanta area and relatively sparse or no charter schools in other areas of the state. And so we have some strategic plan goals that are focused on increasing charter school choice options with communities with few or no options. So you can kind of see the photo of the state there. There's whole swaths of this that just don't have any sort of charter school choice option. We are also seeing a real need for high quality middle and high school charter school choice options. A lot of those dots on that map are elementary grade bands. And so we have two specific goals around that. So we have implemented some petition priorities to reflect and try to drive for these objectives in our strategic plan. So the FY25 petition priority areas are defined as a location more than 5 miles from any operational charter school authorized to serve some or all of the same grade bands as the petitioner's proposed school. And please note, this is a direct route and not a driving distance. So we'll kind of tease that there's some resources that we have on our website to help you with this, but it's a radius. So please just note that as you're considering. Don't plug it into Google Maps and say that it's 5.2, so it's fine. It's just as the crow flies. Approved schools that are located or that propose to locate in a priority area must actually locate and serve students in that priority area in the first year. So you can't say that we're located in a priority area and include a non-priority area in your attendance zone and then switch to that non-priority area after approved. So just something to note there. This is largely the same as what it was last year. However, we did add in the consideration of grade bands. So again, if you're planning to propose to serve a high school and you are looking on the map and figuring out where you want to locate, and there are a ton of elementary schools within the area that you're planning to locate, but no high schools, we would remove those from the map in consideration of your priority zone. So again, considering whether it's all or some of the grade band that you propose to serve. For non-priority area petitions, so CSC will still accept petitions for schools that plan to locate and serve in non-priority areas, but we just want to be able to direct resources as appropriate to support those priorities in our strategic plan. So to be able to sufficient resources can be allocated to those growth areas with limited options, the SCSC may deny charter applications solely based on the location. So we just want to kind of highlight that there, that we want to be able to direct resources to those areas that don't have choice options and want to be able to consider that as a part of our review process. So when you actually get access to the petition in November, we have a resource in there that's our operational charter school map. This is like a geo map that has all of the charter schools in Georgia on a map, and you're able to search specific locations and addresses to see whether or not you would fall within those 5-mile radiuses. And you can add different layers to that. So the various charter schools by grades served with the 5-mile radius around each of those. There's school level CCRPI content mastery scores included in there. There's school age population maps, census data that's kind of overlaid in there. So this is a really great tool as you're kind of narrowing in on your target communities that you want to serve. You can kind of consider a little bit more targeted where you would actually like to locate your school. With the caveat is the SCSC is not responsible for the accuracy of the information in this tool, meaning that if a school or census data has changed, or or population since the census was published has changed, it's still your responsibility to do your due diligence to understand the community that you're planning to serve. So please just also conduct your own due diligence. This is a tool that we find helpful for schools that need to locate. All right, I'm going to pause and see if there are any questions. Over to Alan to talk about the local submission process.
Not seeing any new questions right now.
Let's see. The LOI, so there's a question about where the LOI is on the website. If you go to Start a Schools tab and Start a New School, the LOI is on that page. There's a question here about, are we required to submit to the LA before submitting to the state? I just want to highlight here that it is a concurrent submission, so you do it at the same time. There's a question about resources or programs to assist applicants with the application. So on our website, we have several resources on our Start a School page to kind of guide petitioners through the technical process. There are also a lot of options in the space. So if you want more like one-on-one technical assistance, we encourage folks to reach out to other kind of consultants and providers in the space help you on a case-by-case basis. But since we're the entity reviewing actual application, we provide some broad general resources and can answer technical questions about the process if you have those. And then for more nuanced case-specific steps to work with other support organizations in the state if questions. If the SCSC approves and the LEA does not, then which students can actually attend, which school districts and counties. So if the SCSC approves your attendance zone and you have the appropriate denials, you can serve students throughout your proposed attendance zone. So whatever is included in your application would be what you can serve. Someone asked, will we receive the PowerPoint? Yes, it will go out to you via email. I think that's all of them. Gwen, did you see any others in there?
No, that's all I saw.
Okay, perfect. All right, with that, I'm going to pass it over to Alan
Thank you,
for
Kristen.
the local submission process.
Yeah, thank you so much. So hello, everyone. So a couple things. I'm going to be talking about the local submission process. Clearly, Kristen talked about it to some extent. So there will be some repetition here, but I think just consider the repetition as emphasis. You know, I don't think there's any. I think it's important to talk through the process again because it's a linear process, and it's important to keep that in mind. Assuming that you're not going to a statewide or planning to open with a statewide attendance zone. Generally speaking, I just wanted to say that all that great stuff Kristen said about the high bar set for petition quality, focus on following the law and the state board rule, focus on precision and accuracy, sufficiency, that's the word I was looking for. All of that is true for local submissions as well. Most of the guidelines for submission, generally speaking, are in the application itself, and I'll go over where you can find that in just a little bit. So let me see if I can. I do not seem to have control of the slides. Interesting.
Alan, try it once more.
Okay, I'm trying. There we go. Okay, thanks, that did it. So this is the presentation overview. I'm going to talk about some of the background and context for the work I do and the local submission. I'm going to talk about letter of intent, which is similar, but somewhat a little bit different from what Kristen talked about for the commission requirements. I'm going to talk about the local petition submission and the evaluation and or actually talk about both, the Office of Charter School Compliance, which is me, or the State Charter School Commission submission. Most of what I'm going to be talking about, or the most important parts, obviously some of it is in statute, but the state board rule, I'll talk again a little bit about where you can find that. There are 3 state board rules that apply to charter schools, and that's kind of where the devilish details are. State board rules have the force of law, and they do many things, but one of the things they do is further delineate expectations for statutory language. So getting into the background and context here. So the Office of Charter School Compliance, we're just going to call it SCSC from now on. We're the administrative arm of the state board. So we're also under the state board, just as Kristen said, the commission is, but we work with locally approved charter schools. We promulgate guidance related to locally approved charter schools, provide support for districts, whether they authorize or not, and to applicants like you and others who are not on this call probably. We issue the state charter contract for locally approved schools. That's a 3-party contract. We create and publish the state charter petition and all the related documents. So those documents are used in a couple of different ways. Again, when I say documents, I mean the petition and other related guidance. They're used by the local districts in their processes, and they're also used by the state. It's a kind of a 2-level or 2-part process. Again, I want to point out the linearity of this. So unless you're planning on just going straight to serve a majority of school districts in the state, you will need to go through this process first, and you will need to take it seriously. So Kristen mentioned this several times, and I think it's worth mentioning again, that the intent of the law is that if you are not serving a statewide attendance zone, you will apply to local districts with the intent to serve their students. You don't, if you are applying to local districts and you just see it as a kind of a hurdle to get over on your way to the commission, that is not following the rule, and I would even say the letter of the law in many cases, and you're going to run into trouble. I will say that it's understandable that folks would see it that way because there are 181 school districts and each one has a different approach and it's difficult work. There's a lot of challenges that are thrown up, and I'll go over many of those in this talk, but it is necessary work as well. So OCSC, you may not be familiar with the name of our office. We previously operated as the Office of District Flexibility and Charter Schools. So we were under the Department of Education and just moved over under the commission and changed our name this year, just back on June 30th. And that was all part of House Bill 318, which was passed by the legislature in its last term. So it's the same, we do the same stuff we did when we were under the Department of Education, but I would say on maybe not steroids, but we're getting a lot more done. So to get to the first step in this process, this linear process, the law requires that you submit a letter of intent. So here you see the state board rule. It contains this language. I mentioned the state board rule earlier and that there are 3 of them pertaining to charter schools. They are 160-4-9-0.05, 0.04, and 0.06. 0.04 is just definitions. 0.05 is where you'll find all the material related to the petition process, and 0.06 is primarily focused on management of existing locally approved charter schools. But you must submit the letter of intent at least 6 months prior to petition submission. Notice at least 6 months prior. So you're going to start your school after 6 months have passed. You need to submit the letter of intent simultaneously to the local district and to my office. That is a requirement. And you should use the template that's on our website. So one thing I'll point out to try to avoid a little bit of confusion, since we just moved over under the commission from DOE, there is still a DOE, Department of Education, charter school website. Just as there is an OCSC website, there is some shared information. In other words, some items appear on both. Some items are still in the process of being moved over. So you'll find a few things on the DOE website that we've not moved over yet. If there's any confusion about what is currently active or which documents you should use, please contact me. Okay, so here are some roadblocks. I mentioned earlier that it's understandable that folks get a little frustrated in the local process sometimes. And these are all things that are ripped from the pages of history. Folks have complained about these things specifically to me. If you go to one of the 181 districts where you want to start a charter school and they have no posted application process, look for their board policy. Kristen mentioned this. I had 2 cases this last week where folks told me that districts didn't have a timeline, and voila, it was in their board policy. So please check there first. Districts, if the district doesn't acknowledge the receipt of your letter of intent, the fact that you have duly submitted to me, my office, means that we're aware of this, and you'll just reach out to us and we'll square it for you. If the district doesn't respond at all, please let me know, and we will work on your behalf to resolve that. And any other kind of obfuscation, I have the same answer. Just reach out to me and I'll give you a hand. Sometimes it's willful, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes folks just are unclear on what the rules are. So we give them a chance to set it straight, but we'll make sure that we'll work with you to make sure all of this stuff happens the way it's supposed to. So if you're looking though, let's say that you've got the information you need just generally about when to submit, right? So as long as none of the 4 points here indicate otherwise, consider adding this additional information when you send the LOI template. This is my sort of a best practice. I would say if you haven't already found it, ask them in your cover letter, where can I find your board policy, charter school policy? When is your petition due date? If that's not there in their board policy, ask them if they're using the state petition without additions or with additions, and I'll clarify what I mean by that in just a moment. And then I would also clarify who the designated contact person is going to be. Sometimes that person is called a liaison. Sometimes they're called other things. So to go back to number 3 for a moment, the reason I say state petition without additions or with additions, Kristen mentioned that local folks can have their own, add their own pieces to the process, but that is extremely limited. They have to use the state petition we put out. They can add a few things to it, but those things, whatever the local district adds to the petition, those items cannot conflict with the state information. and really can't be used as a way to extend the petition beyond a reasonable length. So if that happens to you, when you reach out, let me know, and we'll clarify. Most districts use the state petition and unalloyed without any changes. Fun fact, and this of course highlights the fact that fun is a subjective term, the LOI requirement can be waived if all parties agree. So if you want to open a school and it's sooner than 6 months when you want to open, we can waive that, but it requires agreement between the local board, my office, and you. So that's step one. Step two, submit a complete petition, right? So this is 6 months later. Kristen mentioned a lot of this, but for emphasis, make sure that she didn't mention this, but duly submit to my office. So this is in the law, all local submissions must also come to me at the same time, to the SCSC. Note that we've moved to a paperless process. If districts are asking you to kill an inordinate number of trees, please let me know about that. But this part Kristen did mention, please triple check that all parts of the petition are complete, present, and in the requested formats. We don't want you knocked out right at the beginning. Number three, ask the district for a written receipt verifying completeness, right? That's very important. And I would also say verify that we've received your copy. So reach out to me, my door and the email are always open, and make sure that I actually got what you sent. Sometimes things go to an electronic purgatory. Again, I want to put up a few roadblocks. If the district gives you unclear directions for submission, let me know. I will work with you and clear that up. If the district doesn't acknowledge receipt of the petition when you send it, the fact that you've duly submitted to the OCSC, we will help you clear that up. If the district says the petition is incomplete and won't accept, ask for something in writing from them and then reach out to me and I'll work with you. If it actually is incomplete, there is very little I can do. But if it's not, and this is just some sort of obfuscation or confusion or misunderstanding, we will work with you to clear that up. Step three, there are 4 steps, by the way. We're getting fairly near the end. Petition evaluation. So once the local board has received it, they have 90 days to vote, and it has to be at a public meeting. Now, the district may ask you for revisions, and that may extend the response window up to an additional 90 days. Move down to the fun fact here at the bottom, and Kristen mentioned this, only you, the petitioner, has the ability to extend the district's review window. So if they have 90 days initially, they may ask you for more days for any number of reasons, and you can grant more days up to 90. But specifically, if they ask for revision or ask for a little more time because they want revisions, then it's in your hands, but probably in your best interest to do that. So the state board rule is very specific about grouping petitions, right? So once the district receives them, they place them in one of 4 groups. Here are the review groups. Again, you can find this all in the state board rule 0.05, and that's on our website and on the DOE website. You'll either be rejected, and the consequence of rejection is rejection, but they will send you a detailed letter. Revision, I already talked about that a little bit. I mentioned 90 days. I should have said 30 days. We can give you up to 30 days or you can give them up to 30 days, and then you can revise that. Clarification is a little less substantive than revision. Those are just sort of superficial changes they need. And of course, the appropriate consequence for approval is approval. But those are the 4 things of categories you'll be placed in once the district has started reviewing your petition, and they have to let you know what group you're in. Okay, so Kristen went into detail about the interview. That interview is going to happen at the local level too. That's a requirement. The law says interview or meeting. Expect to have them ask you questions about the petition you submitted, and be aware, just as is the case at the commission or at the state, that how you answer in those interviews or meetings will play a role in the district's decision to approve or reject a petition. This is the final step. If you're denied, this whole day is pretty much about what happens if you're denied, so I won't go into that. That's covered elsewhere. But if you are approved, then after approval, you have to submit the final copy of the petition to the OCSC, including any intervening correspondence. So anything that's happened in the meantime, you will need to send that to my office. And anything that the local district added to the petition, if they had some little pieces they wanted you to address that weren't in the state petition, that needs to come to me as well. and then we need documentation that the local board approved it. So finally, our final step here is still part of step 4, so let's say sub-step. The OCSC will schedule yet another capacity interview. So it may seem like a lot of interviews, and it is, but we want to meet with you and talk to you about your plan. Part of our interview, though, it's a little bit different than the local interview. It not only covers the petition specifically and the folks who wrote it, but it also delves into a little bit how your local process went, and so we can address any issues or any problems that happened there. If SCSC, my office, recommends approval, we'll issue a draft charter contract, and we will take you to the state board. And that is the end of that process. And so we'll end on an optimistic note. So I put some the resources up here, but please feel free to contact me at any time. The statute you can find on the OCSC website or at the state board rules the same, petition documents the same. I also though recommend, this is not posted anywhere, so you'll have to read, this is my tricky way to have you contact me. I think taking a look at a local charter petition that has been approved is a really good way to think about what your goal should be. So that is all that I have. I think we just hit the 15-minute mark. So are there any questions? That was a lot, I know, and fairly rapid.
We do have a
Not
question.
seeing any. Oh,
Sorry, go ahead, Kristen.
there's a question in here, but it's about eligibility to submit a different. It's not related to the local submission process.
Is this the if
so
you're a
I will.
FY25 school?
Yes.
If it's not eligible. I mean,
Yeah.
no private schools are eligible to submit a petition. If it's a separate charter school that's not connected to the private school and isn't a conversion of the private school, and you have formed a Georgia nonprofit, you could open a 612 school, but that has to be disconnected. The law is pretty clear on that from the private school. Private schools aren't allowed to open charter schools.
Happy to follow up via email too if you want to reach out to us for more clarity on that. Happy to respond there. All right. Well, with that, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, everyone. We'll come back at 10:53 to start talking about some of the financial pieces of the petitions process. So feel free to mute. We'll go off for 5 minutes and come back at 53.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is back from their break, but it's okay if you come in after I've started to speak. There is going to be a recording available. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carmen Freemeyer. I'm the Director of Finance here, and I'm going to talk to you about petition best practices. A vital part of your petition is going to be your budget template. Think of this as a business plan. One of the things I want to just remind everyone in this session, we're going to talk about the things that we want to see in the budget template, not necessarily how you're actually going to work in the budget template, how it functions. All of that is going to be covered in the webinar that's going to be held on November 7th. So one of the things that we're talking about is how your petition is going to have a lot of plans, a lot of detail, and a lot of those details are going to have associated costs. So you want to make sure that your template reflects those associated costs. So we're going to go ahead and get started. So there are 3 things that we want you to remember. First of all, if you have an incomplete budget template, that can be grounds for non-acceptance of your application. So remember, the budget template is an integral part of your petition. Also, use our budget template. Don't try to change it. It is formatted in Excel. There are a lot of formulas, a lot of linkages in there, and it's set up so that it is user-friendly, so that you're entering the costs and the template's going to do the calculations. However, if you try to convert it or try to make something else out of it, now most of it is locked, so you're not going to be able to do that, but some of our petitioners in past years have converted the template into Apple numbers. And when you do that, Apple numbers is kind of an Excel version that can be used in Apple products, and that's fine. But one of the things you have to realize is when you do that, it unlocks the entire template. And you can have a user inadvertently break a linkage, break a formula. And 9 times out of 10 last year, when I was getting problems from petitioners, it was because of this issue. So if you have Microsoft Excel, I would recommend that you keep the template. Don't try to convert it because it won't work properly for you. Also use the current version that's in the application portal. Don't try to use an older version because it simply won't be accepted. Also, after you do the budget, make sure, just like with your petition, have other people look at it because you want to make sure that the things that are in your petition are aligned in the budget template. Also, you want to make sure that you have submitted the template you're going to be submitting to. There's a 100% template, and that's contemplating your school is fully enrolled. The other template is 65%, and that's contemplating you do not have full enrollment, you have 65% enrollment. And this forces you to make difficult decisions because there are certain things that are going to be fixed costs, such as your facilities. Your building is not going to magically shrink because you have fewer children. Those costs are going to stay the same amount. So you have to make those decisions as to where we're going to trim if we do not have a fully enrolled school. So when you also submit, make sure you are submitting both versions of the template. Make sure it's the final versions that you want, because once you submit through the portal, you can't take it out. You have to, that's what you've submitted. So you just need to make sure that you're submitting what you want to submit. So these are the different parts of the budget template. Just like anything, read the instructions. Before you try to start building it, make sure that you are reading the directions. The directions have detailed explanations for how you should be looking at and completing each of the different tabs that you see here. One of the things when you submit your petition with your budget template, we are going to be doing what's called a budget screen. And it's a very high level review to make sure that you as a petitioner have compiled the basic budget requirements. We're looking to make sure that you use the template that is linked in the portal. You didn't use a different version, that you haven't modified it. Again, we're looking for the two budgets, the 100% enrollment, 65% enrollment, and that you have fully completed each tab. Also, make sure that you do not include revenue in the budget that you do not have documentation for. Most of the revenue in the budget template is going to be calculated for you, but there are times, just because you've applied for a grant doesn't mean you're going to get revenue. So make sure that the only revenue, if you add revenue to your budget template, it is guaranteed revenue. You might not necessarily have it in hand, but you can document and substantiate that you're going to receive it. The cash flow projections, that is very important. We're going to go into more detail about this later on, but you need to know that your cash flow is not going to be the same every single month. With a school, you're going to have months where things are more expensive, less expensive. So when we're looking at this, you want to understand how your cash flow is going to be going through every month. You're going to have a cash flow projection for your planning year, which is the year you're gearing up to start. Year one is going to be the first year you're operational as a school, and then cash flow 2 year is for that second year that you are in operation. So as I said earlier, when we get your petition, we do a very high level budget screen. If there are things that we see in your budget template that need to be corrected, there are only specific things that we will allow you to cure or to fix. So if you have submitted the wrong template, let's say you submitted not the final version, but the version right before the final version, we will allow you to fix that. Maybe you didn't complete a cash flow tab. That's fine. We'll allow you to complete that. Also, if you put in unsubstantiated revenue, will allow you to correct that. Now, what's going to happen is you're going to get an email about this on Wednesday, March 19th of 2025. And you're going to have 2 business days to remedy the issues that we have identified. So make sure you mark that date, because there are not going to be any extensions. You also want to make sure that you receive the email. So let's say for some reason you're not going to be in the office. Make sure somebody else is handling it. Also, make sure that emails that are coming from the State Charter Schools Commission do not get routed into junk or spam folders, because you're going to miss important information. So if on March 19th you don't see an email, just make sure you check your junk folder, because again, if you get the email and you don't act upon it, that's it. You just had the 2 days, the 2 days passes, we can't accept your budget template. So as I was saying before, your budget template is how you're going to pay for your plan. Almost every activity done at a school has a cost associated with it. You have to keep lights on, you have to pay people, you have to buy computer equipment, you have lease payments, you have insurance, and on and on and on. Also, you have a curriculum. Your school is going to have a curriculum that's going to follow. You want to make sure that those costs associated with it are reflected in your budget. So for example, if your school has a STEM focus, in your budget template, we should see cost items related to that focus. A lot of times I see petitions and I read the petitions before I actually look at the budget, so I can get a flavor of where you're going with the school, what you're planning to do. So that way, when I'm looking at the budget template, I can make sure that those costs are actually reflected. So if you have a STEM focus and you don't have anything that's related to that focus budgeted, then there's a misalignment between where you want to go with your school and where your funds are going. The other part of the budget template is we're making sure that we look at your petition and we look at the budget to make sure that the school has enough funding to provide the education model that it has in its petition. So again, the budget template with your petition is like a business plan. And basically it shows that your school can do what it says and has the money to do it, which means that it is financially viable. So what is the budget template specifically? It gives a high-level example of what a school might be doing given specific circumstances and information. It basically puts a dollar amount to the plan that you have for your school. The budget template shows to us as the reviewers that you have a basic understanding of school funding. You understand where your revenues are going to come from. You understand where your anticipated expenses are going to go, which influences your cash flow. It also shows how you make decisions. So as I said before, we have a 65% template that contemplates under enrollment, which could happen. So you want to make sure that you account for that under enrollment and that you're making decisions that still allow you to operate a school. So again, we want you to have a functional framework. Now, what the budget template is not, it is not an exact picture of what funding at your school is going to be if you are approved and you go into operations. You are going to be submitting a budget template this year, which is 2024. If you go and are approved and you're ready to, you're going to be open, you're not opening till the fall of 2027. So the QBE components, the charter school supplement, all those amounts are going to be different that year that you open. Also, the number of actual students you have in your building, that's going to affect your revenue, the number of staff you have, and so on and so forth. So you can't predict everything, but you can have a plan that will allow your school to function. And that is what you are using the budget template for. So these are common errors that we see with revenue. A lot of times, people will overestimate how many students are going to come. And you don't want to do that because your enrollment number is going to affect your revenue. Do not work your enrollment numbers so it supports your budget. Again, your petition is going to drive your budget, and you cannot manipulate your enrollment numbers so somehow magically all these things fall into place. Because what's going to happen is if you're not seriously looking at what your enrollment could be, it's really going to affect your ability to run the school, and especially to fund the different components of your school. Also, remember, if you under-enroll, there are a lot of costs in running a school that are fixed. Like I said before, the building is really the most glaring example of this. Your rent costs are fixed. If you own the building, that's a fixed cost. There's going to be renovation. There's just going to be things that you cannot control. So you want to make sure that you're being realistic about your revenue. Also, don't report revenue you do not have. An error that we also see with expenses, when you're running a school, your facilities and your personnel are going to be the highest impact on your budget. What you want to make sure of is that you're looking at the average salary of teachers hired in your district. Remember to include benefits. Within the portal, the SCSC provides a salary calculation tool. All of the percentages that would be applied to salary, TRS, Teachers Retirement System, FICA, all of the things, the actual correct percentages are already in there. All you have to do is drop salaries and it will calculate for you. You are not required to use it, but I'm telling you, you're going to find it very helpful because you will be surprised at how expensive salary starts becoming. So you have to make sure that you have an accurate picture of how much your staff is going to cost. Also, remember that to budget for renovations and maintenance. Most facilities are not move-in ready, and I'm telling you, year one, something is going to break. And so you want to make sure that you are allocating costs for those things that just happen. Some costs also are going to be the same every single month. Your rent, your salary, other things are going to come only once or twice at a very specific time in the year. So you want to make sure that your cash flow reflects this. We do not want to see a budget where every single month your expenses are exactly the same. For example, you might order computers and they come in August, and all the cost is due upon receipt. So that would be a bigger budget impact. Usually you're going to see higher expenses at the start of the school year. There's probably going to be a bump mid-year. So when we're looking at that cash flow, we want to see varying amounts every single month, because that shows that you understand the cash flow that's going to be happening in your school. You're going to be budgeting and juggling a lot of bills, so you have to make sure that you have a good understanding of that. And that is what your budget template is there to show us as the reviewers. Also, by law, schools cannot be in a deficit. You have to make sure that your budget template is showing a positive cash flow at year's end for every single year. Also, make sure that, again, the details in your school's petition are detailed as costs in the budget, because this is going to affect your monthly cash flow. Because we're not just reviewing your budget, we're reviewing and evaluating whether your petition combined with your budget is executable. Every petition and every budget that we review is different. There is no magic formula that's somehow going to make you financially viable. It takes work. So again, we want you to submit an operational budget, not just a budget that you think we're going to approve. Also, if you're contemplating outsourcing services such as janitorial services, lawn care, you're going to have a charter management organization or an education service provider, make sure that you research the actual market rates for these services, and then make sure to include these costs in your budget as separate fees. Do not try to lump them together, because again, the budget template, we're going to be looking at it as reviewers. If you lump things together, we're not going to be able to discern the intent. We're not going to be able to discern what you're trying to tell us in your budget. And I know it seems like I'm harping on this a lot, but facilities is going to be something that you are constantly going to be dealing with as a school. You want to have reasonable estimates, especially given the market that we're dealing with, that you have researched this, that you have reasonable estimates, that you have supporting documentation, and best practice is not to have your facilities exceed more than 15% of your total expenses. And again, remember with the 65% budget, your facilities are good, those are fixed. So pretty much with your 65% budget, your facilities costs are going to be what they are, and then you have to figure out where you're going to trim from other places. And remember, when you trim from other places, what are you trimming? Is that impacting your educational model? So again, the 65% budget for me is the hardest one that you're going to do, is because it forces you to make really difficult decisions. And again, make sure that you budget for construction and renovation costs, because invariably those things will come up. And they're always going to be higher than you think they are. And again, most facilities are not going to be move-in ready. One of the things too, that if you have a draft lease or you have some kind of draft purchase agreement, please submit those. We understand that things are not going to be finalized because you're simply applying to be a charter school. But we want to see that you have made an effort, that you have looked at the market and seen what kind of costs you're looking for, that you're facing in your particular area. So some of you are going to use education service providers, and that's perfectly fine. But what we want you to understand is that the governing board cannot delegate its fiduciary responsibility. So you want to make sure that you provide us with a draft agreement that you might enter into with an ESP. And that agreement clearly shows who is responsible financially for the school, who's responsible for the operational management, and how those duties will be fulfilled. It's the school that's ultimately responsible for its finances. Again, you cannot delegate. So you want to have something that clearly shows a delineation between the roles of the governing board and the ESP. Also, you want to have a clear understanding of how much you're paying, what is being provided, and how you're paying for those services. And that has to be reflected in the budget template. When we are looking at the budget template, we want to make sure that you have an understanding of the agreements that you are entering into. With the education service provider, do your due diligence. You want to make sure that you've reviewed documentation from the ESP that shows you that it is in good financial health. You certainly don't want to enter into an agreement with an ESP that itself is not in good financial shape. You can look at corporate reports. You can look at audited financial statements. And also, if an ESP refuses to give you this type of information, that should also be a warning bell. Because again, you don't want to enter into an agreement with an ESP that doesn't have its financial house in order. Also, you want to show that the governing board has looked at this financial performance data for other schools that the ESP might also have worked with. Again, so you're doing your due diligence, you're doing your homework, because you don't want to sign a contract with someone and then later on regret that you've entered into that agreement because you didn't do your homework to begin with. So what does a great budget response include? Now, again, there is no magic formula, but these are guidelines to help you understand what it is that what we as reviewers are going to be looking at. We want to see that the governing board understands that all financial decisions are made in the best interest of the school, that the governing board understands that they as a governing board are ultimately responsible for the finances of the school, and that this responsibility cannot be delegated. That is what a fiduciary duty means, that the petitioner has researched what goods and services are actually going to cost in the area that they plan to place their schools. Also, schools are required to report data on their students and teachers, which directly affects the revenue that the school is going to receive. These are components of the quality-based education formula, as well as the charter school supplement. It is crucial for petitioners to understand this and have a solid plan for an infrastructure that's going to be put into place to collect this data. Identify the student information system that the school plans to use. Also identify the staff that's going to be responsible for collecting this data and how that data is going to be vetted and verified. I see a lot of petitions where this is not clear. And if you don't understand how the revenue flows to your school and how data impacts all of that, you're going to get into trouble. And a lot of petitions kind of do not provide don't show a good understanding of this. Make sure that you understand how schools are funded in the state of Georgia. And data is a big driver of this. And how you collect that data and how that data is vetted by you as a school is very important. And so do not kind of skirt over this or have like kind of a very vague description. Make sure you understand this. Enrollment drives funding. Just because you have a school does not mean that families are going to enroll. There are a lot more charter schools in the space. There are a lot more choice options than that parents have now. So just because you have a building doesn't necessarily mean students are going to show up. So you have to make sure you have a robust and well-designed enrollment plan to attract and keep students. And all of these things cost money. So you have to research, how much is this going to cost? How am I going to pay for it? How is this going to impact my ability to do other things at a school? So again, with the budget template, it's just like your household budget. I like nice shoes. but I'm certainly not going to not pay my mortgage because I want an expensive pair of shoes. And of course, that's a very simplistic example, but those are the types of decisions that you're going to be making as a school. And they're difficult decisions. And so you want to make sure that you understand them, that you understand how your money is coming in, and that you understand the expenses that you are willing to pay for. So basically what this is saying is that you demonstrate an understanding of school funding. You understand what you also have plans in place, like what if cash flow is not what we thought? What if we don't have as many students as we have? That you have plans for this, that you understand this. And your budget template, along with your petition, is going to explain that plan. Also, again, this is not like, you know, there's no one perfect budget, but your financial narrative matches the budget plan for implementing LEA obligations. And what does that mean? So state charter schools are not just schools, they are school districts. And there are things that as a school district, there's a myriad of obligations and requirements that you have that are very different than if you're just running a school. So you have to have the mindset that you are running a school district, not just a school. And your petition needs to account for these costs, such as special education. You as a school district are required to provide special education services to your students. How are you going to do that? That is an obligation as a school district. Also, you want to make sure that you have drafts of documents of proposed agreements. And again, that you understand the financial arrangements that you've made with your service providers. Do not sign things that you do not understand. Do not sign things that you do not agree with. Because once you've signed something, you have entered into an agreement with someone. And it is very difficult once you've signed it to get out of it. And as I've said before, staffing and facilities are going to be the largest portion of your school's budget. Make sure, especially with staffing, that you include all the costs. It's not just the salary, it's also all of the different things that you have to provide, like the teacher retirement system. This is something that is a requirement. It cannot be waived. You need to understand how teachers are compensated in Georgia. The state is going to pay for a portion of your teaching staff through the quality-based education formula, but it depends on who you hire. If you decide to hire non-certified staff completely, you can do that. But what's going to happen is you're not going to earn funding for those teachers except under certain circumstances, like if you're offering a career pathway and you have to bring in staff that don't necessarily have teaching certification, but it's a pretty narrow gauntlet. So you want to make sure you understand how teachers are actually compensated in Georgia to make those decisions as to what type of staff you're going to have in your building. Again, because this will impact the revenue that is coming to your schools. And so that is the end of my presentation. I wanted to just leave some time for questions if there are any questions. And then also remember, we are going to have a template webinar. I will have the template actually up on the screen. It will be completed, and I will show you what it is that you're doing. We're actually going to do the actual work of how you complete the budget template, and it's going to be recorded so then when it comes your time to complete the template, you have a reference tool. So that's the end of my presentation. Are there any questions?
We have one question. If the school's proposed location does not have a viable building, is new construction an option?
Yes, new construction could be an option, but again, you have to make sure how are you going to pay for that. So if that's how you want to go, you have to make sure that you're going to have revenue to do that. Remember, in your planning year, you are not going to have any state revenue. So if you're planning to build something, my understanding is that that building would be there before actually year one when you're going to obviously accept students. So that is something you can do, but you have to think about how you're going to actually fund that. Does that address that question?
Yes, I think so. One more, TRS is mandatory, but what about state benefits?
So in terms of state benefits, so I'm just going to focus on health insurance, which is where usually people are asking about that. You are not required to provide the state health benefit plan. You can provide your own health insurance, but you have to, in the budget template, explain who's going to be providing that and how, and the cost for that need to be reflected in the budget template. So with TRS, you do have to provide that, but the state health benefit plan, also known as SHBP, is not a requirement.
This question asks, where can we locate the QBE amount per student? And then there's some specific questions about IEP students. Over 50% of our students are IEP students. Is there an amount per student that's different for this population?
So there is, you can look at, the DOE has it's called the FTE funding weights. I can also make that available to you, but do understand that the budget template is actually built so that it covers the basic FTE per student amounts by grade. We do not include the weighted costs for special needs students, because we want you to kind of work within a more constricted budget. So you are not going to be entering your revenue amounts in the budget template. It will actually calculate that for you based on the number of students that you're putting in per grade band. Does that address that question?
Yes, we have some more questions about planning year funding. Which positions are funded during this year? And can you explain a little bit more about budgeting during that planning year?
So there are no funds that are going to be provided to you by the state for that planning year. There are outside sources of funding. CSP comes to mind. There are also foundations, different sources that you can look at, but the state itself is not going to provide you with any funding for that. Now, most schools in their planning year, they'll have maybe the head of school, some kind of administrative position, maybe a clerical position, but the staff that first year is very limited because, again, you're having to find the funds to pay for that.
Seems to be all the questions for now.
Okay, well, that ends my portion. So I'll let you take it away, Kristen.
Perfect. And I think we're going to transition over into talking about the board. And Erin is going to be our next presenter.
Awesome. Okay. Welcome, everyone. I'm so glad to be talking with you today. If you've been with us in past years, you know that I've kind of managed the petition process, but that has transitioned to Kristen this year. So I'm super excited to see what she does with it over in our new schools division. But I am the general counsel, so I am going to be talking with you today about your governing board. So I know a lot of the attendees at this webinar today are, usually based on history, not people that are planning on serving on the governing board. I think a lot of times our petitioners are individuals who are maybe planning to be a leader at the school or otherwise involved with the school. But even so, I think it's very important that everyone kind of understands the role that the governing board plays related to the school and how critical that role really is. If your petition is approved, we will enter into a charter contract with you, and that charter contract will be with the governing board of the school. And so that will be the legal entity that is responsible and accountable to the SCSC for the school. So it's a very critical body of individuals that serve on the governing board for the school. So what we're going to talk about today, and it's going to be very brief and high level. We're not going to get into a ton of specifics. The idea is just to make sure that everyone is generally aware of the role of the board. We're going to go through some definitions, some expectations of the governing board, what the board's fiduciary duties are, a little bit about conflicts of interest that you need to be aware of, and some best practices regarding experience and capacity. So what is a governing board? And I know Kristen covered this in the first presentation today, but here is another definition that is in law. So breaking it down into two parts, the governing board it's got to be, if you're going to be applying for a state charter school, it's got to be a nonprofit corporation that is registered in Georgia. So that is the only entity that is allowed to apply as a petitioner, and that is the only entity that we are allowed to enter into a charter contract with. As Kristen mentioned this morning, that means that this is a board that is a legal entity in Georgia. So it is subject to the nonprofit corporation code in Georgia. It is subject to all those laws. You know, it is a legal entity that has fiduciary duties. And so it is a very, critical thing when these board members join. They need to make sure that they understand kind of what they're taking on in this role, even if once you are that legal entity, as Kristen said, if you're not approved to be a school, that legal entity still exists. It's now a legal entity in Georgia. And so just making sure that you kind of understand all of the requirements related to that. The second part of the definition is that a governing board is involved in school level governance of the state charter school. And so this is really critical to understand. You have, a lot of times you're the petitioner that is planning to maybe be the school leader, and that's great. And, you're coming up with a lot of the ideas for the school, but it's going to be, especially once this school is operational, it's going to be the governing board that is really controlling the direction and the policy of the state charter school. And so when we are looking at a petition, and especially when we get to that interview stage, we are really trying to assess whether this governing board has the capacity to oversee their role in that school level governance, and to make sure that that governing board knows how to track the performance of the school and can make sure that the school is going to meet performance expectations under the SCSC's comprehensive performance framework. So I also want to just kind of point out here too that, when you're looking at who you want to be on your governing board, this is something that you really need to take into consideration, is the role that they are going to play. You want individuals on your board who, understand what you're trying to do, that they understand the law in Georgia, that they understand the performance expectations of charter schools. You really want people who can devote the time and have the knowledge to really contribute to the direction of your school, because they are going to be playing a very critical role in this school. I've heard it time and time again. We all hear it here at the commission, from school leaders. School leaders are very grateful and have expressed frequently how grateful they are to have a great governing board, because there is just so much oversight that the board can provide. The school leaders over here making sure that the day-to-day operations of the school is going well, and it's really that board that is tracking the school against the performance expectations and making sure that the school is really on track to meet those expectations. So just to define school level governance a little bit more, and this comes directly from law, it means the decision-making authority in personnel decisions, financial decisions, curriculum and instruction, resource allocation, establishing and monitoring the achievement of school improvement goals, and school operations. So, when if you get approved and you're trying to think about, what does the board need to be involved with versus what the school leader needs to be doing, this is a great definition to go back to. These are the areas that the governing board needs to have the decision-making authority in. And so you need to make sure that you're keeping your board up to date on the status of these items, that you are letting them make decisions related to these items. So these are just really the critical, areas of school level governance that the law requires the governing board to take on. So what are some oversight obligations? I've got the state board rule cited down there. So these are just some obligations that are pulled from that rule. I'll just go through a few of them. Employer. So the governing board is required to be the employer of its staff, with some caveats. So if you're working with an ESP, which is an education service provider, we've mentioned that a little bit today, that is an entity that if you decide to contract with them, they manage significant parts of the operations of the school. So if you're working with that individual, you are allowed to, they are allowed to employ the school leader. However, the governing board still has to have the authority to hire or dismiss that individual. And so really, when you're thinking about employment relationships, the governing board always needs to have the final say when it comes to employees at the school. Oversight obligations, LEA oversight, just making sure that the school is adhering to its LEA obligations. Contracts, when you're thinking through your financial policies, those financial policies are something that the board should be approving, and it should be, assigning and delegating what authority the school leader has to sign contracts versus, what contracts need to come to the governing board. The governing board is going to be subject to all of the transparency requirements in Georgia, because if approved and it's holding a charter contract, it is now going to be subject to the Open Records Act and to the Open Meetings Act. So all of its meetings have to be held consistent with that act. It's got to be open to the public. And there's a whole slew of other requirements under there. And then conflicts of interest we'll talk about, and the nonprofit status we've already hit on. So strategic thinking. So as I said in the beginning, it's really, especially if you get approved and you're holding that charter contract, it's going to be the governing board that should really be setting the strategy for the school and, setting the policy on where we're going, what goals we want to achieve, how we're going to get there. So if you get approved, the first thing that we'll do is we'll send you the charter contract, and in there, and this is asked in the petition as well, it asks for your mission specific goals, like what is this school aiming to do? What are the goals that it is setting in order to make sure that it is accomplishing its mission and achieving performance expectations of the SCSC? And so, those mission specific goals are something that the board needs to be involved with. The mission itself, the petition is going to ask you, what is the mission of this school? And the charter contract is going to have a provision in there that says this is the mission of this school. So those high level, policy decisions is absolutely something that the governing board needs to be involved with and needs to be making the decisions on. I've already mentioned, policies, especially, the financial policies, they need to be setting those, the employment, personnel related policies, those are all great areas for the governing board to be involved. Organizational planning, making sure that, the governing board is on board with how the school is structured organizationally with its staff, making sure that that all makes sense and is in line with kind of the school's mission and the model. And then definitely tracking the financial stability. Carmen mentioned this in her presentation. The board is critical in tracking the viability of the school and, tracking at every meeting that it has, where is this school standing with its finances, and making sure that the board gets all of the information that it needs to adequately understand the financial status of the school, and making sure that they have all the information that they need as the board to make decisions related to finances. And so, as we're going through all of that, that's just all things that you need to keep in mind. Another thing to think about is, when you are you know, bringing a board together and recruiting individuals for your board. Now that we've kind of, you know, hit on all of these different substantive areas that the board is supposed to be involved with, you know, that should also really kind of instruct you on who you need on your board. You know, what kind of people do you have on your board, and do they have, you know, specific knowledge and experience related to these areas? Do you have all of these areas covered by the people who are on your board? And that is something that will be kind of assessed in your petition as well, is, you know, once again, when you're thinking about the board's capacity, do all of these individuals who are on this board have capacity in all of these different areas to oversee them? So the board, you know, Kristen mentioned this in the beginning as well, like what's the authorizer's role versus what the school's role is. And so we give a lot of autonomy to the school. You know, we're just the authorizer. We kind of set the performance expectations and monitor your achievement of those expectations. But really the board is the entity that has the autonomy to determine how the school is going to meet those expectations. They are expected to adhere to their bylaws. So if you are a nonprofit corporation in Georgia, you have to have bylaws. You really need to be thinking through those bylaws when you are writing them and the board is approving them. You know, they're not just something that you copy and paste from somewhere. You know, you find some entities' bylaws and just copy and paste them, and, you know, nobody reads through them. And no, you really need to make them specific to your organization and what's going to be needed and will work for you. And then I think we've kind of covered all of these other items on here. School leader oversight is huge. You know, that's it's interesting, obviously, when you're going through the petition process. You know, the school leader is, you know, not a school leader yet, and so they are, you know, kind of working through what the school is going to look like themselves and with the governing board. But, you know, once you get approved, that individual will transition to be a school leader, and now suddenly the governing board is going to be their employer in most instances, but will always have the right to dismiss that individual. And so, you know, the dynamic changes there a little bit. And so that's just something to kind of, you know, think ahead about, you know, if you were to be approved, kind of that transition, and making sure that the governing board understands that that is, you know, how those roles would change. Let's see, ESP and vendor agreements. So ESP stands for, again, education service provider. And so, you know, some schools choose to work with an education service provider. The majority don't, but some do. And we have some schools right now in Georgia that work with education service providers. And so, you know, one of the big things that, and Carmen mentioned this as well, you really need to think through and, you know, consider the agreement that the ESP or any vendor is bringing to you. You know, especially the ESP agreement, we require that that be provided as an attachment to the petition. And what we're really just trying to do is evaluate whether the petitioner has done its due diligence in evaluating that agreement. You know, these vendors are not, they do not have the same objectives as you as a school. You know, they are most usually, you know, for-profit entities. And so their focus and their goals are different than your focus and your goals. And so when you are considering entering into agreements with vendors, and this would apply to landlords as well, we require, you know, if you've identified a potential landlord, we require that you upload a copy of that, or we suggest, I think, strongly suggest that you upload a copy of that lease with the petition. And so when we're looking at those, you know, we're really trying to see, did you read through this lease and, you know, try to go ahead and negotiate changes to these agreements or this lease with the other entity to make sure that the agreement would be in the best interest of your school. Fiduciary duties, again, once this nonprofit becomes a legal entity, the members that serve on that board have certain fiduciary duties that they have to exercise, and that is care, loyalty, and obedience. How do I go back? I don't know how I go back. I'm sorry, I am awful with this, but oh wait, I found it. Okay. And so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, mostly because, as I noted in the beginning, I don't think a lot of board members are on this webinar, but I did want to make sure that I mentioned these so that everyone was generally familiar with them. And so, the duty of care is just making sure that the board members always do their due diligence, and that, everything that they do, they make sure that they are doing in line with legal requirements and the law, and in the best interest of the school. Loyalty, all of these are kind of related, honestly. The duty of loyalty is to make sure, all of the decisions are always in the best interest of the school. And so the next slide, we'll talk about conflict of interest. And so that is definitely an area where the board members would need to make sure that they are in compliance, so that they are following the duty of loyalty. And then the duty of obedience, just making sure, that the board always functions in line with legal requirements. Okay, conflicts of interest. So governing boards must not act in an official capacity in any matter where the board member has a material financial interest that would reasonably be expected to impair objectivity. They cannot solicit, accept, or knowingly accept something where there is an understanding that the item was offered to influence the board member's execution of their duties, or use their position or information acquired exclusively by reason of their position for the purpose of securing financial gain. So, if you were to be approved, governing board members kind of, step up and get brought up to a higher level of scrutiny. Now they are going to be a legal entity that is substantially funded with taxpayer dollars. And, with that comes a lot more, need to just make sure that you're being diligent and that you do not even create an appearance of a conflict of interest. And so these are the requirements from the law. This is kind of the base level that the board members would need to adhere to. But I would suggest that, there's even a higher level than this that the board members need to kind of set as the expectation, that they are not going to have an appearance of a conflict of interest. You just do not want to bring, that kind of scrutiny and have to answer questions from the public related, especially, to how taxpayer dollars are spent. Composition and recruitment. So Kristen already covered this in the beginning, but I'll just mention it one more time. The members of a governing board for a state charter school must be United States citizens. They must be Georgia residents. They cannot be employed by the state charter school itself. They cannot be an officer or serve on the board of directors for any organization that sells goods or services to the state charter school, and they cannot be an officer, member, or employee of a local board of education or an employee of a local school system. As Kristen mentioned earlier in response to a question, there is a geographical component to that now. I mentioned earlier when I jumped on that there is a new law that is effective July 1, 2025. But the new law it just kind of makes the requirement in this area kind of just internally consistent in that law that I have cited up here, which is OCGA 22-2084. If you would like a copy of the specific, if you have like a specific situation that you're thinking about in regards to that requirement, and you would like to see the specific language from that law, I'll be glad to send it to you if you just reach out to me. And then you can consult with your attorney as well. But I'm also glad to just kind of send that to you and try to answer questions. Board transitions. unfortunately, members of the board will not, always be on the board. Most likely, schools are going to be looking at transitions on their board. Oftentimes the bylaws will specify term limits of governing board members. And then, other times board members just, need to resign for whatever reason. And so, when you come to us in your petitioner, it might be great. You might have, 6 or 7 members on your board in all different areas of, the capacities that we talked about earlier. But something that you always need to be thinking about is succession planning. And so you always want to make sure that you have a plan in place to that accounts for board transitions and people kind of signing off. And making sure that you maintain a strong board. We don't ever like to see when any of our schools, get down to, just, I think the law now requires a minimum of 3 board members. But just from experience, it looks like schools are often a lot more successful when they have, enough board members that can have knowledge and experience in all of the different capacity areas. And can be, involved in tracking the school's performance. And so it's just something that you always want to be thinking about, is that succession planning. And then I mentioned it earlier about the school leader versus the governing board transition, and just thinking about that. And then, also you need to be thinking about the founding governing board versus the operational governing board. And so, oftentimes there might be individuals that serve on the governing board just for purposes of the application to the state and maybe, setting up the school. But once the school becomes operational, you might have, people signing off, and you need to have other individuals join to make sure that you maintain capacity. Also the duties of the governing board kind of transition between those 2 areas as well. So when you're founding a governing board, it's just a lot of decision making, making sure that things are going to be ready for day 1 of operations. But once you actually start operations, that's when the governing board transitions to, heavy oversight and really making sure that they are tracking performance of the school leader and the school's performance. And so just kind of being aware of that transition. Okay, and with that, I will see if we have any questions.
We have a couple questions clarifying school roles. So is board membership a paid or a volunteer position?
Yeah, so under Georgia law, governing board members for state charter schools are not allowed to be paid.
Another question, if the current bylaws of the nonprofit writes in the founding director or CEO as a voting governing board member, will the nonprofit need to amend their bylaws?
So I'm assuming that the CEO, like in that scenario, and I don't have the questions pulled up right now, so I was just listening to you, but I'm assuming that the CEO at the time of petition was serving on the board, and then the plan is, if approved, that individual would transition to become the school leader. And so as we said, like, this school leader cannot serve on the governing board. Now, what we do see a lot of times though is, I'm blanking on the term, ex officio. So sometimes the school leader will serve like as a ex officio of the board, and so they will be a member of the board, but they will not have voting power on the board. And so that's something that we see quite often. But to answer the question about the bylaws, I'm sorry. Yes, I mean, that is something that you would probably need to consider, and I don't have the bylaws in front of me. I would need to see the specific language, but that's something I would recommend, working with your attorney to make sure that the bylaws are in line with the legal requirements if you were to be approved as a charter school.
Great. We have one more. Would the school leader also be considered a superintendent in addition to holding what would be considered a traditional principal role?
Yeah, so schools, that's part of the autonomy piece, and that is part of kind of what the governing board would need to decide, is that organizational structure of schools. And so the school itself can kind of determine what it wants the leadership titles to be at its school. For purposes of our charter contract and for purposes of, you know, just for the SCSC to identify, you know, who we communicate with at the school, we have our own kind of title, which is like school leader / head of school. And so that's who would be the highest level administrator at the school. But we don't, you know, care if the school has its own titles for that individual that differs from how the SCSC identifies the individual. We just care, we usually try to communicate with the highest level administrator at the school, which we usually, again, call the school leader or the head of school, but each school can kind of come up with its own internal staff designations.
Great. No more questions that I'm seeing.
Okay, great. I think I was the last one before lunch, correct? Yeah.
Yep. Yep. So we are about to go to lunch break. We'll leave the webinar up. And so just plan to come back around 12:30. And we'll see you all then for the next part of the rest of the day. Hey everyone, we will be getting started in about 5 minutes. So if you stepped away to your computer but can still hear me, wrap up what you're doing or bring your lunch to the computer, and we'll get started here at 12:30.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. As you come in, we'll be getting started in just 1 minute. We're picking up with operating as an LEA. In this session, we'll primarily discuss your legal obligations as an LEA in state charter school. Good afternoon. All right, we're gonna get started. It is 12:32 as you make your way back to your computers. Hopefully you can hear me. My name is Tiffany Leach. I work on our legal division here at the SCSC. I'm an associate general counsel. I lead our operations, accountability, and monitoring program. And today I will be reviewing for you your obligations as an LEA as it relates to school operations and how that impacts and is important to your petition and understanding the contents of what you're going to be explaining in your petition as your role as an LEA. So we're going to start just with the legal overview of your obligations as an LEA, which is a local education agency. State law requires that for administrative purposes, as you've heard already today, that's how important this is. It is threaded throughout our presentations here that for administrative purposes, including data reporting, student enrollment, student enrollment counting procedures, student achievement reporting, funding allocations, and related purposes as defined by the State Board of Education, each state charter school, including students receiving education services through a state charter school, consistent with the Georgia Department of Education rules and regulations, be treated as a single local education agency. So while you've heard that already, we just want to familiarize you with the state statute that has that mandate, OCGA 20-2-2090. And when you hear the term LEA, it is synonymous with the term school system and school district. So this is a nuance as operating as a state charter school, because as potential school founders and leaders, you're thinking of just the school, but you should also consider and evaluate your readiness based on also being a school system. The first step in demonstrating your capacity to effectively meet your obligations as an LEA is understanding all of the associated legal obligations and ensuring that your petition reflects a plan for the implementation and oversight of those obligations. So while the information on what you're legally obligated to do may be available to you, we want to encourage you in your petitions not to just sort of include what the law says, but have a well-developed plan that is going to discuss the implementation and oversight of the implementation of those obligations. So things you're going to have to consider are your policy development. You're going to have to also consider your staffing. And because traditionally as a state charter school, you may be operating, as Carmen mentioned, with the budget, not at the level of scale as a full traditional public school system, that you want to account for how you're going to meet your obligations, giving the scale of a state charter school. So here we have just a comparison. This was pointed out earlier in Kristen's presentation about being locally approved and being a state charter school. It's imperative that you understand the differences, again, because you are operating as your own school system. So locally approved charter schools are authorized by a local board of education, and in some instances, the local district manages a lot of the LEA responsibilities, and the local district is the LEA. So those responsibilities will include like LEA reporting obligations, policy development, your handbooks, funding, special education services, English language learner services, gifted services, human resources, employer obligations. All of those areas have some governance that is required by state or federal law. And in some instances, the LEA will handle or assist or provide services for locally approved charter schools in those areas. However, state charter school operates as their own LEA, and they must manage all of the LEA responsibilities and are responsible for ensuring awareness of and compliance with all legal obligations. And so that's at all levels of law. This presentation will not be exhaustive, but will give you an overview of those categories and areas of law that are directly applicable state charter schools, but that would include state and local law, federal regulations, federal law, your contractual obligations, like the actual charter contract itself, State Board of Education rules that are not waivable, state laws that are not waivable, as well as SCSC policy and rules. So we will go over those categories of laws that are not waivable, but understanding sort of the uniqueness of a charter school is that there is some innovative, new idea, something additional and better that you're bringing to public education. And so with that, the charter bargain does grant maximum flexibility. The code section applicable here is OCGA 20-2-2065. So while state charter schools have the flexibility to waive some, that's important to recognize there, some state education law requirements and State Board of Education rules. So we'll talk about those areas that you cannot waive, understanding that it is the obligation of the LEA to know the laws that are directly applicable and be able to describe in your petition how you plan to carry out your LEA obligations, an understanding of those. So there is an area where it asks, maybe what areas the state charter school may ask to waive. You don't want to say you're going to waive something that you cannot waive. So you want to have an understanding of those LEA obligations that you cannot waive. And so those areas of law include the following. Any federal, state, local rule, regulation, court order, or statutes that relate to civil rights. Those cannot be waived. Insurance, protection of physical health and safety of your students, employees, visitors, conflict of interest transactions, prevention of unlawful conduct in or near a public school, required annual financial audits, the single statewide accountability system requirements, and student data and financial reporting requirements. You are obligated to follow these areas of federal, state, and local law, rules, and regulations. And as you are considering doing a petition and starting a school, you want to make sure that you've taken the necessary steps to understand these areas and have a plan for how you're going to implement the requirements. So with that, the SCSC does develop general guidance to assist interested parties in starting a school, as well as already approved operating SCSC schools. You can find this LEA legal obligations guidance on the SCSC website. For the audience here today, you want to go to the Start a School page on our website. Then you want to select Start a New School, and there will be a list of resources there. This is one of the resources. When this presentation is sent out, you can click this title, LEA Legal Obligations, and that will also open the document. Understand that this is a general overview. So we ask that we encourage you to consult with independent legal counsel and use the guidance as a general reference. It outlines for you all of the areas of legal obligations that directly apply to state charter schools. Each year, this guidance is updated with the most recent legislative session, and the text in red will account for the 2024 legislative session. Again, your petition and supporting documents should not only reflect your awareness of the provisions of law, but also demonstrate an infrastructure for implementing any related obligations, which include your policies, appropriate staffing, and oversight obligations at the board level. So what we're going to do now is just kind of divide up the areas of your legal obligations. We're going to start with federal laws so that you have a general awareness and know the areas in which you need to consider when you're thinking about the development of your educational plan, your staffing to carry out that plan. So in the areas of your federal legal obligations, you want to be mindful of the constitutional rights, civil rights statutes, privacy and student record areas of law, and federal education requirements. Generally, here is a list of applicable acts that fall under the federal laws that directly apply to state charter schools and LEAs. They include the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Equal Educational Opportunities Act, Americans with Disabilities Act, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, Title IX of the Education Amendments Act, the Age Discrimination Act, Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, Every Student Succeeds Act, McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act, and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Now, the petition will not ask you necessarily about every single federal legal obligation, but for those areas like serving your special student populations, your exceptional students, you do need to be able to have an awareness and understanding of those legal requirements and be able to describe how you will implement those requirements and be able to discuss during the capacity interview how you will service those populations of students that are protected by these various federal laws. The next category includes your state legal obligations. As mentioned earlier, the various areas that cannot be waived in state law, these areas include your open enrollment. So as you are thinking about your educational plan and the population of students and your attendance zone, know that anyone within the attendance zone can attend your school. It's open enrollment. Be aware of the lottery procedures and requirements. You cannot charge tuition and fees. Teachers, staff must have clearance certificates, must undergo background checks. You must participate in the teacher's retirement system. Employee evaluation, you are legally required for your teachers to utilize the teacher keys evaluation, and for your leaders, the LEAKS evaluation. Your annual operating budget must be approved in accordance with state law. You must follow student discipline requirements. All of the health and safety laws apply directly to state charter schools, and you must follow all school facility requirements from the Georgia Department of Education and in state law, as they also impact the health and safety of your students, staff, and visitors to the school. So these are the areas of state law applicable to state charter schools. Again, as you are developing and wanting to start a new school, you want to consider all of these areas for appropriate policy development, implementation, and oversight by the governing board. The last area that we will take a look at is the assessment, accountability, and data collections and reporting. These are also areas of LEA responsibilities that cannot be waived, that you must adhere to and follow. For accountability, the single statewide accountability system, which is a uniform performance-based system in the state of Georgia that includes the various testing and evaluation scores that schools receive, such as the College and Career Ready Performance Index. Some of the assessments that are included include the Georgia Kindergarten Inventory of Developing Skills, the Georgia Milestones Testing. All students that are present must be tested. You must have staff at the school that is certified to test testing personnel. There are certain certification and training requirements, and the state has testing windows by which schools must test their students in a certain time frame during the year. Generally with the Georgia milestones, that's going to be in the spring. So as you're developing your school calendar, as you're doing your curriculum development and walkthroughs of standards that need to be covered throughout the year to ensure that that instruction has been given by the time testing comes around. These are all areas of LEA requirements and oversight that you want to be aware of and have an implementation plan to ensure compliance. And then lastly, as was mentioned during the finance portion, your data collection and reporting that's directly related to your Quality Basic Education Act funding, your QBE funding, and the full-time equivalent funding, and all of the collection reports that are related to these funding mechanisms. There are deadlines that are established by the Georgia Department of Education for various reporting requirements. You want to have a plan for which staff would be responsible, who does the quality check to ensure that it's been done correctly, that it's been submitted, and that the proper sign-offs have been done within the portal in which these reports go. So again, these are some additional LEA obligations that you want to be aware of and have a plan to ensure compliance. Godot data reporting, as mentioned, would include the QBE funding, full-time equivalent funding, the certified classified personnel information, student records, and then there's also reporting that is related to the identification label for student level data that's used for during assessments, where the testing materials come with the student label. There's going to be information that as an LEA you would need to provide to ensure the proper reporting of those labels in the very strict testing requirements from the statewide testing. And so as mentioned, this was sort of a brief overview to familiarize you with the areas in which your LEA obligations fall, to make sure that your petition is presenting a plan for implementation, a plan for checks and balances to ensure compliance. And ultimately, in terms of final thoughts, you want to be considering and making sure that there is an understanding between the difference between a locally approved and a state charter school. Also, if you are not from Georgia or not familiar with Georgia law and obligations, that you gain that insight and information so that your petition can demonstrate your capacity to start and run a school in the state of Georgia based on Georgia legal requirements. You want to make sure that you vet each aspect of the petition for legal compliance and utilize all available resources to ensure an understanding of the legal and regulatory requirements of the proposed schools program and practice. And again, as referenced earlier, and I saw in the questions and answers, the Start a School page on our website would be one place to start to help in this area. And that concludes operating as an LEA and the obligations that you must adhere to. I will pause and see if there are any questions.
Any questions now about operating as an LEA? Answered one question in the chat about bypassing the local process, which I answered there, but nothing about this.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for your time.
Thanks so much, Tiffany. And we're going to go ahead and transition over to Henry to talk about the academic program.
All right, thank you so much. So my name is Henry Siebentritt. I am the Academic Programs Evaluation Analyst for the SCSC. So I work on the research and evaluation team, and our role is to basically determine whether state charter schools are meeting academic standards on the comprehensive performance framework. So I will be taking you through the academic expectations of the petition. So the brief overview of the things that I'm going to cover first is to give sort of a broad picture of academic accountability, how that works for us, and then to go through the academic program portion of the petition, and then finally to kind of go a little bit deeper into what an assessment plan should look like. So first, we'll take a look at academic accountability. You've seen the mission and vision today, but I just want to highlight in the mission statement, is to improve public education by authorizing high quality charter schools that provide students with a better educational opportunities than they would otherwise receive. And I focus on that because that is ultimately the academic portion of the performance framework is a reflection of that mission. And so the metrics that we use, well, first, in order to get your petition approved, you need to convince the reviewers that you will be a successful school. And so it's important to know how you can achieve that goal, how you're going to be measured in academic accountability. So on the academic section of the comprehensive performance framework, we use several of the college and career readiness performance index indicators, colloquially known as the CCRPI, in determining whether your school has outperformed its attendance zone comparison. And then we also use a value add measure. So the comparison zone, when determining how your school has performed relative to your attendance zone, we do two measures. One is a district weighted comparison score. The other is a school weighted comparison score. So as the name suggests, the district weighted score, which is for schools that serve middle and high school grade bands, it basically does a weighted proportion of students who, of the districts where those students who are attending your school would otherwise attend. And the school weighted score is very similar to that, except it goes even a bit more granular and looks at the schools which students attending your school would otherwise attend, and it takes a weighted score from all of those schools, and that becomes your comparison school score. So now to get into the contents of the petition application a little bit, starting with the academic program. So the academic program portion of the petition includes the education model, instructional methods and educational practices, standards and curriculum, and assessment. So I'll touch on each one of those, and that will sort of make up the rest of this presentation. So the education model is your overall approach to teaching and learning that you're going to use at your charter school. Some examples of different education models are STEM, arts infused, dual language, college prep, project-based learning, and there are others. This is not an exhaustive list, just to provide you with some of the examples of what models are out there. You can choose a model that is different. The SCSC is model agnostic, meaning that we don't prefer one model over another, and we encourage innovation and flexibility in that area. One thing that I would caution is to not get too caught up in trying to do all of these models all at once. That can often, dilute how much you're actually able to get done with any one of them. So in the next slide, I will talk about what would be included in an exemplary response for the education model section. So number one would be a discussion of the school's location and why this education model fits the needs of the community. This is really important tell us where the school is located, why this particular education model, is needed by the community. And historically, we have seen greater success for our schools that have surveyed the community and assessed its needs and sort of been responsive to those needs in deciding on the education model they want to use. That evidence is helpful to provide with your petition, and it speaks to the work that you've done to think out all of these things when it comes to a petition interview. So you're going to want to include the reasons for the chosen model and what the school hopes to accomplish using this model. So give us a breakdown of the, maybe 3 to 5 reasons why the school has selected this model. For example, you can focus on the demographics of the area and the opportunities it will provide to students. And then 3, you're going to want to include recognized research about the effectiveness of the chosen model. So does research say that your proposed education model is effective? What does it indicate about student outcomes using the model? And what level of student achievement would you anticipate seeing using this education model? So really, show us the research that backs up what you want to do, and that can, also help show that you've done your due diligence and thought about this very carefully. Next on the academic portion is the instructional methods and educational practices. So we want to know what methods and educational practices you will be implementing to support the education model that we just talked about. The instructional methods, when we talk about that, we're referring to the how-to in lesson delivery. For example, are you delivering your content with project-based learning? Are you using a blended learning model? What does differentiation look like in your classrooms? Are you focused on mastery learning? So those sorts of things, content delivery focused things. In addition to saying, what instructional methods you are choosing, also share with us why you chose them and why they're the best choice for your model, for your school's student demographics, for the area that you're serving. And then the educational practices portion of this will be more around the actual structure of school operations and how classrooms are structured. So for example, this could include things like looping, which is when you have the same teachers with a cohort of students or year after year. You could have multi-grade classrooms, you could have a year-round school calendar. Again, you don't necessarily need to have any one of those, but this is where you would share what sort of broad educational practices you would employ. Again, here, a model response would provide researched reasoning behind the selected methods and really talk about why they tie into the education model. So we do want you to provide research, but also be aware that there's a word limit. So don't just copy and paste the entire research text. Just give us some of the high level points and the rationale for why that fits into your education model. So after you talk about any instructional methods and education practices, then the petition is going to ask you to drill down even further and have you talk about the curriculum you plan to use in the school. The instructional methods are how you deliver the curriculum. And so when you're choosing a curriculum, you want to ensure, and I'm going to stress this point multiple times, that it is aligned to Georgia state standards known as the Georgia Standards of Excellence. So just to give an overview of what standards are concise written descriptions of what students are expected to know and be able to do at a specific stage of their education. However, they do not describe any particular teaching practice, curriculum, or assessment. So these learning standards map out a specific sequence of knowledge and skills that students are expected to learn as they progress through their education, including overarching long-term educational goals, like what should students be able to do when they have completed their public school education. And so teachers and, well, okay. Gonna move now to curriculum. So the curriculum, whereas the standards are like your roadmap for what needs to be taught, the curriculum is how you get there. So curriculum is the lessons and academic content taught in a school or in a specific course or program. Schools will frequently purchase comprehensive multi-grade curriculum packages, and those might be specific to a single subject area. You might have a specific math curricular resource. You might have a different one for reading or science, social studies, etc. The curricula is typically acquired, and then it can be tweaked to align with standards and the school's mission and vision. And teachers may also develop their own learning materials to supplement the purchased curricula. One thing, and I mentioned this before, it's very important, the curriculum must be aligned with state standards. And you are going to see widespread claims from curriculum providers that they have full alignment. You still need to do your own due diligence here to ensure that those are actually aligned. You're almost guaranteed to get a question about ensuring curriculum alignment in a petition interview. And so the petition, the curricula for all courses should be determined before the time of an interview. We want to know what curricula you are using. We want to know that you've thought out all of these specifics in your academic program. If, however, the curricula is not solidified at that time, you should very clearly explain how you're going to vet curricular packages, what timeline you're going to have for when those decisions are going to be made. And then the petition should include, basically, as I said, it should include a plan for ensuring alignment on the school level and on the board level. So, and with all of these things that I've just discussed, you know, the instructional methods, educational practices, your curriculum, the petition should be cohesive, right? So it should describe how the school will integrate all aspects of these components and how does that fit into the school's mission and vision. Exemplary responses could include discussing specific methods and practices that are going to be used, perhaps with specific resources. Provide a day in the life of a student at your school. In other words, what does it look like? What is it experienced like for the student to have all of these pieces of your academic program? What does that experience actually feel like? Include a school schedule, professional development plan for your teachers. How are they may come in having used a different curricular resource or had a school with a different educational program in general. So how are you going to support their professional development and kind of create alignment across your staff? And then also include a budget that supports all of the proposed programs. It can cost money to purchase a curricular package or to get the training for your staff. So make sure that you are including that in your budget. So next is assessment. The assessment is the systematic collection, review, and use of information about educational programs in order to assess what students know in order to improve learning and development. So why is assessment important? To get a charter approved, you need to convince reviewers that your school will be high quality and sustainable. High quality and sustainable means that you will meet SCSC academic standards each year of your charter term, so outperforming those comparison districts that I mentioned earlier. SCSC academic standards include a variety of measures, all of which rely on mandatory statewide summative assessments. A significant proportion of those come from the Georgia Milestones Assessment. The milestones, in turn, are aligned to the Georgia Standards of Excellence. So it all kind of ties together. And additionally, you have interim assessments are a known method for tracking progress on those summative assessments. So if you want to get early data early in the year, middle of the year, at multiple points to see how your students are doing, how is it looking like they're going to do on that summative assessment at the end of the year. You will want those interim assessments to be aligned to the Georgia milestones so that you have that cohesiveness of data and the Georgia standards of excellence. Then you will outline your assessment plan, which I'm going to talk more about in a moment, but this should include information from a variety of sources collected during various points in time. As I mentioned, that could be benchmark assessments, summative assessments, or just school-wide formative assessments. Again, align your assessments to state standards. So state charter schools are not exempt from and cannot waive participation in mandatory state assessments. So as you look to create and flesh out your academic program, make sure that you review Georgia Department of Ed's For Educators assessment page on their website to get an idea of your responsibilities during assessments. This is very crucial. Clearly identify who will serve in the different roles identified in the Student Assessment Handbook and provide a brief overview of what duties and responsibilities that role includes. State charter schools often have limited staff. One person's responsibilities may then overlap, 2 to 3 roles there. Draft an assessment calendar that includes testing windows for all mandatory statewide assessments and any interim assessments that the school identified. Along with that, when you're scheduling each assessment, schools must adhere to the testing times that are prescribed in the examiner's manuals. So if you allow too much or too little time, those scores could be invalidated. So it is very important to be in compliance with the letter of the law on the statewide summative assessments. You would also want to include the commitment to attend relevant Georgia Department of Ed trainings and conferences. If your school spans across grade bands, so say you're serving K through 8 or K through 12, you may want to have an overall testing administrator who coordinates with Godot, Georgia Department of Ed, and then a different person to serve as a testing coordinator for each grade band, who then is more at the school level organizing testing. Or you could have the same thing for schools who have multiple sites or a virtual school where testing may occur at various locations. And last thing is I would just stress that this is a big time commitment. And so it might be a red flag if, on your petition, your plan is to have only the school leader responsible for these duties. The school leader will have a lot of other responsibilities, and, coordinating all of this assessment, this entire assessment plan is a lot of work. So please keep that in mind as you think about it. So in your assessment plan, this is to help with that. This is just sort of a checklist to consider when you are creating that plan. You're going to want to understand the role that assessment results play in accountability, both at the school level in informing instruction, but also at the state level. Understand which assessments are mandatory and how to effectively implement them. Again, read the resources on what it should look like to deliver these assessments. Select and develop interim assessments and implement a system of data-driven instruction within your school. So interim assessments should happen frequently, 4 to 6 times a year. They should be aligned to state tests, college readiness, Georgia standards of excellence, and then use those results formatively to reteach and reassess students. And then have a staffing plan that supports what you're proposing. Don't think that one person alone can do all of this work. Make sure that you are defining those roles and you have that clearly laid out. Provide a school calendar and schedule support elements that are proposed in the assessment plan as well. This is a table of all the mandatory statewide assessments. You can find this information again on Georgia Department of Ed's accountability and assessment pages. They have tons of resources. I would highly recommend you go check those out. As discussed earlier, we use the CCRPI scores resulting from the Georgia Milestones assessment right here for all students served in grades 3 through 12 in making determinations about your academic performance on the CPF. So to just, this slide is to give information that we would definitely want included in an exemplary response for the assessment plan portion of your petition. Discuss what assessments and data management systems will be used by the school, and make sure to be specific. Talk about what formative assessments you're going to use. Formative assessments, they assess students' performance during instruction. They are formative in instruction, and they usually occur regularly throughout the instruction process, not at the end only. Then you have interim benchmark assessments. These can be formative, but they are evaluating student performance at periodic intervals, and they're meant to help you as a school predict performance on summative assessments and also know what needs to be remediated or retaught. Then summative assessments. So these assessments measure students' achievement at the end of the instruction and are basically meant to tell us, what does the student now know? So then explain how the school will make adjustments to instructional methods based on that assessment data. So this is just to talk a little bit about data-driven instruction. At your school, you should have a culture of looking through what your assessment data says. Where are there gaps in learning? Where are maybe students doing really well and need to be differentiated? How are you implementing a culture in your school of looking through this data, making decisions around it? Maybe you have a data bulletin board in your PL room, in your professional learning room, or maybe at professional learning sessions, you have everyone look at the data and then you talk about it. You are going to probably want to implement these data talks into your collaborative lesson planning between teachers. So really make it clear how you're going to use data to drive instruction. Discuss how the school is going to ensure that its assessments align to the Georgia Standards of Education. You've heard me say that several times, and there's a reason for that. That is so important and can take some work. Provide information on how your school will use milestones data in promotion and retention decisions. And I'll just note that state charter schools do have the flexibility to waive the use of Georgia milestones in promotion and retention decisions. And then finally, explain how the school's staffing plan and school calendar support the proposed assessment plan. I talked about cohesiveness earlier. That same idea applies here. There should be cohesiveness in your assessment plan. Anything that you're talking about wanting to do should be supported in what your school calendar looks like and what your professional development calendar looks like, and your school staffing plan, making sure that all of the responsibilities that are here are able to be completed. And then, again, I would just highly encourage you to go to the Georgia Department of Ed assessments page to learn about requirements and obligations. I've given a lot of the high level here, but they have tons of resources on that website that you can really familiarize yourself with the ins and outs of it. They also have great free resources on that page, including DRC Beacon and TestPad, which are both aligned to the Georgia Standards of Excellence. DRC Beacon is a 3-year computer adaptive formative interim assessment system administered in ELA and mathematics for grades 3 through 8. TestPad contains test items related to content areas that are assessed by the milestones, and teachers and administrators can use these to help develop formative and summative assessments that are aligned to assist in daily instruction. Then, I also want to cover the statewide longitudinal data system. So this is a free application from Georgia Department of Ed that provides access to historical data, including assessments, attendance, enrollment, courses, and grades, beginning with the 2006-2007 school year. So SLDS is designed to help district schools and teachers make informed data-driven decisions to improve student learning. So it'll be your responsibility to make sure that you choose a student information system, an SIS, that is compatible with SLDS, with the statewide longitudinal data system. Infinite Campus, PowerSchool, SchoolMax would be examples of those. Once approved, you should schedule to receive training on the statewide longitudinal data system. Godot offers free training. They have staff dedicated to visit schools and training personnel on the SLDS at no cost. So make sure to utilize that. And with that, that covers the academic program portion of the petition. If you have, I'll go ahead and answer questions now, but then if you do have other questions that come up later, feel free to email me and I will get back to you as soon as I can.
Not seeing any questions here in the chat right now.
All right.
If you do think of something, you can throw it in the questions afterwards and we can always answer there in the chat.
All right, well, we can go ahead and move on. Like Gwen said, if you have any additional questions of any of the presenters, feel free to put them in the chat. We can either answer at the end or try to get back to you if there's a more specific, nuanced answer. And with that, I will go ahead and round us out for our last presentation of the day, which is on the petitioner's guide to pre-opening expectations. So it feels a little silly to feel like you're already talking about what is going to go on in the pre-opening phase while in the petition. But we all recognize that the actual year that it takes to get a petition or a school off the ground once approved is a really short window of time. And so there are both from the petition perspective and from a functional perspective, a lot of things that need to go on related to pre-opening that would happen before you would even get approved. So that's what we're going to talk about a little bit today. We're going to cover some key areas that are either more time sensitive or related to some of the responses that are in your petition, including facilities, community engagement, and how that impacts enrollment, what your funding looks like, and then the pre-opening team capacity should demonstrate. So just to kind of start us out on facilities. So every petitioning group should have a facility plan, a number of questions in the petition related to the facility. And that plan should include some sort of timeline or a little bit more concrete that is reviewed and really like approved by the board. The timeline should include major events regarding a facility and understanding the compliance deadlines that go on in the pre-opening charge. So a really good example of this is there was a question earlier in the day about building a facility and whether it was allowed. Yes, absolutely, that's allowed. But to Carmen's point, your petition should contemplate how are you going to pay for it without state funding. And your facilities section response should also contemplate how long it takes to build a building and how it's going to be done by the first day of school in compliance with SCSC requirements during the pre-opening year. So think, do you have a certificate of occupancy by a certain time? Do you have your school code approved by Godot by a certain time? All of those pieces are wrapped up in that timeline, and a good response would be able to demonstrate that it's planning for its facility in accordance with those requirements. So where can you find some of those compliance rules and law? There are a couple of different places that I would encourage petitioners to go. The first is onto our website. Our pre-opening checklist gives schools a good idea of what are some of the major facility related milestones that you would be expected to complete during pre-opening year. And so that's a good way to sort of start backwards planning to see what needs to get done before then based on your facility plan. The Georgia Department of Education also has a facility services unit that has a number of resources around the technical requirements for a school building in the state of Georgia. They also have some specific guidance related to charter school facilities on there as well. So we would really encourage you to check out these websites and the sections of the website to review what those obligations are. Those two website notes there are linked. So when you get the slides, feel free to go check those out. And again, as I kind of already mentioned, petitioning groups should have already begun working to identify facility by the time of a petition and should be able to speak to those plans during the capacity interview. So this can be very time consuming during the pre-opening year. And so if you are not anywhere started on your facility search and selection process, by the time you're submitting your petition, you're already behind the 8 ball a little bit. So it's really important to go ahead and be doing that groundwork now while you're putting together your petition. It helps inform, you know, what your community engagement is going to look like. You know, hiring, everything is tied to where you're actually going to physically be. So important to go ahead and start doing some of that work now. So some of the how. These are things that you're going to want to be prepared to respond to questions either in the petition itself or during the capacity interview. Is how will the school acquire a facility? So it gets down to money. So are you planning to lease a space? What does that negotiation process look like? Are you planning to purchase? If so, with what funds? Are there terms and conditions on any sort of like loan agreement that you already have negotiated? That type of thing. Will you get a facility donated? I will just note that is a great solution. And if you have a donated facility, that's wonderful. It is incredibly rare in Georgia. So you do have something like that, we will require a documentation to support budget line item of $0 or some sort of very like nominal fee. If that's the case and it's outside the norm, we would want to see some sort of supporting documentation. Other things that you're going to want to consider, and Carmen touched on this a little bit, is will the facility require construction or renovation? And are those costs appropriately considered in the budget? Again, this is one of those spaces where people often estimate the cost of facility renovations. You know, there are a lot of costs related to fitting and, you know, architecture fees and all that kind of stuff that goes into getting a building done. It's not just buying cans of paint from Home Depot and hoping that it won't be okay. And there are a number of technical requirements that might come out of things like your risk hazard, you know, assessment or any sort of like risk mitigations that the Department of Education might require that you complete on a facility to be compliant with GDO requirements. So just be mindful of what those types of construction costs might look like so that we are able to accurately speak to those and reflect those in your budget. Again, any type of lender or finance agreement that you might be pursuing, you want to be prepared to speak about that during the capacity interview. Again, if you're saying we're going to build a brand new building, my first question is going to be, great, how are you going to do that? And you're going to want to be able to say something more than just, you know, we're going to raise $5 million to build a building that in a year's time. So it's just something that you're going to want to be thinking about now, going ahead and lining those up. We understand that a lot of people, a lot of lenders, a lot of various kind of partners in this space aren't willing to sign on the dotted line or get one until you have an approval. So recognize that we don't expect you to have that already finalized by the time you get through the petition process. But you should have begun those conversations and should be at a place where you can kind of speak to your plan for any sort of lending might look like. Some other things that we want to see reflected in the narrative section and during some of your responses is that you have considered what kind of budget requirements the facilities are going to look like for your first few years. So new schools typically have a higher facility cost than established schools, just because as Carmen mentioned, the facility is a fixed cost. So it's always going to be sort of the same amount while you still have a relatively low number of students. Percentage that your facility cost might be in year 1, year 2 might be higher. And again, you also might be still covering some of those renovation costs or things like that. So if that's included some of your first year's budgeted amounts. So again, we just want to see that you're accurately planning for that kind of cost, or if you are able to kind of spread that out throughout the rest of the charter term, that you have agreements that reflect that kind of flexibility. The other thing we always want to highlight is with facilities in particular, there are often hidden costs. So, a good example of this is sometimes in people's leases, it won't consider the roof or some other outside maintenance. Well, if all of a sudden you get into the building and you realize it's a 50-year-old roof, it's never been, definitely needs to be, that might be a cost that you are now responsible for that you weren't planning on a facility that you lease, don't own. You need to fix in order to be able to operate in the building. That's something that oftentimes is not considered in the negotiation process. We always want to have schools really being mindful of that type of cost. Again, just like you would when you were buying a home or leasing a home, thinking about it in that same way is very, very helpful and can provide a capacity interview. It's also important to be aware of any local regulations. So if there are particular building codes or zoning complexities or things like that that might need to happen for your space, that is always very important. Making sure that you're able to get a certificate of occupancy before you start serving students is essential. You will not open without one. So being prepared to navigate through that process, knowing that different municipalities might have different environments and be less familiar with charter schools and how they operate. So oftentimes local counties or cities are familiar with what it means to work with your local school system, but they might not understand exactly what a state charter school is. Are they a private school? Are they a public school? Do they have to pay this fee or that? So just being aware of what your local facility situation looks like. And if there's rezoning pieces that need to go into it, what the process of navigating through that zoning looks like for charter schools in your area. And again, just highlighting that there are some specific Godot facility requirements that are unique to schools in Georgia. This can be things like proximity to a railroad or what an old dry cleaner. There are certain things that you wouldn't necessarily consider. A lot of times we have this come up with like airports, how close you are to an airport. Those are things that are unique to opening and locating for a school. Just be mindful of those requirements as you're selecting a site, because you don't want to do a lot of due diligence on a place that if you knew what the Godot requirement said, you would automatically just cross it off your list. So, and that's something else too to consider as you're thinking through your support teams for facilities. If you're going to partner with a realtor or a broker or somebody, that they are also aware of those requirements. So the why. So as a petitioner, you should be able to clearly explain your facility plan, both in the petition and the capacity interview, and why your current plan is superior to any other strategies. So like you need to be able to say, this is a good facility for us because X, Y, Z, and it's aligned with either the student population or the model or, this other piece, a critical component of our plan. We often have this come up for schools, especially if they aren't planning to provide transportation. So a lot of times we'll have folks say, oh, well, our school isn't going to offer transportation, but there's a robust public transportation option nearby. But then when we actually look at the facility selection, there isn't any sort of rail or bus stops or anything nearby. And it would be for certain elementary age children who wouldn't be able to get there anyways. So you want to, again, make sure there's alignment across your responses, and be able to talk about like why you've selected the specific facility that you have. Another good example is, we've had schools before where they've proposed to say maybe have like an agricultural lens or something like that, where they're planning to have a community garden. It's part of their project-based learning or something like that. They're going to have a community garden, but they run and sell vegetables to the local community. That's a lovely idea. I would not expect to see a very like industrial facility then. I would expect to see some space that would have either green space or an available space to create space as a part of their facility selection, if that's going to be something that they talk about as like an essential and innovative feature in the model. So again, you should be able to tie your facility selection back to your why of your academic program. So taking kind of through the who is involved in your facilities process. So each petitioning group should have someone directly affiliated with school identified to lead the facility efforts. Can be your board, that can be a school leader, that can be, if you hire a consultant, again, someone who's a point person school level side to help manage that relationship. But you're also going to want to consider what type of expertise is needed for your facility plan. So if you plan to build a brand new facility, yet on land that somebody is donating, you might not need someone who's heavily involved in real estate on your board, but you might find it beneficial to have someone who's familiar with construction or permitting or something like that. On the flip side, if you plan to, sublease a church or some other kind of space like that is already retrofitted, with Sunday school classrooms and stuff like that, you might want someone who is to help you negotiate that leasing agreement. You might want someone with some legal expertise or something like that. I will always say that you'll need someone with financial expertise who can also help inform the facility plan. So your treasurer should always be heavily involved in the facilities process because it's a huge cost in the first few years in particular. So you don't want to be looking at sites that you can't afford. You don't want to be putting yourself into bad financial situations without kind of thinking it more globally for the rest of your budget. Then as a petitioner, you should be prepared to address questions related to your role in the facility selection process during the capacity interview. So again, a good response would have people from the board with specific expertise prepared to talk about how they're going to help support the school in the facility. And a poor answer might just say, well, we've partnered with so-and-so real estate agent and they're going to help us find a school. That's not going to be a sufficient answer. You want to have something a little bit more concrete and fleshed out at this point by the capacity interview. Again, I also want to highlight that the facility services unit at Godot is there to answer your questions. I will say though that they again have a plethora of resources on their website, and I just to save them a little bit of time, their inbox, you will try to review those resources first. Oftentimes, many of your questions will get answered there, so please feel free to check out those resources. And if you get stumped and get to a place where you think you might need some additional support, you can reach out to them at the Georgia Department of Education to get some answers for your questions. Switching gears a little bit away from the facilities piece, I also want to highlight some pieces about community engagement and enrollment and talk a little bit about what reviewers are looking for in the context of the pre-opening phase. So we want to see that petitioner has demonstrated that there is an identified area of need. So again, that ties back into some of the stuff that I talked about at the very beginning of the day. Especially if you're in a more saturated area, that you can explain, how the community might benefit from your academic program, and ultimately why students are going to want to come to your school. So it's helpful to have proposed student population statistics or information, especially if it's informed by community engagement work that you've already done. Again, it's important to have a demonstrated effort related to community engagement to show that you are prepared to actually have a school that kids in the community are going to want to attend and show that evidence of demand. It's also important to show a clear understanding of how your community engagement efforts directly relate to your enrollment figures and ultimately your projected revenue. So as a state charter school, as Carmen touched on, each student is what earns funding. And if you have low enrollment, that means you have low revenue, which means you might not be able to operate successfully or be solvent. And so it's important for you to understand how your community engagement directly correlates back to having the number of students that need to be financially viable. So if you are coming in and saying you're going to have 1,000 students in year one, I would hope to see some really robust community engagement. I will tell you right now, it is a rarity to have anywhere close to that for a first year school because oftentimes families are weary of sending their children to an unknown entity. We often see that number rebound after 1 or 2 years where, you start doing well and families hear about you and know about you and they want to come. But for those first few years, it's really a risk to send your kids to a school that you don't know anything about and doesn't have a track record yet. So being able to have a realistic number around what enrollment looks like that can both work from the financial side of it, but also is an attainable number for you to get based on your community engagement. So there's a science to it, and making sure that you're paying attention to the balance of those two things really critical because you want to have an attainable and sustainable enrollment projection. So talking a little bit about funding and support, specifically for the pre-opening phase. And we touched on this a little bit in that the state does not provide any direct funding support for schools during the pre-opening year. There are a number of outside entities that have various, philanthropic funds or grant opportunities or things like that to support schools in the pre-opening year. And schools are encouraged to apply, but those are competitive grants. So each petition school should demonstrate a realistic understanding of what things are going to cost during the pre-opening year and how they are going to be able to pay for it. So you must have a plan to demonstrate how you are going to be able to do that financially, and what kind of things could you get, for example, in kind or donated, and then have documentation to support those things. So again, your budget template should reflect any sort of financial contributions that you have, whether it be grant or donation. But if you're going to include additional funding that is directly from the state that you would just be generally entitled to if you're going to have a competitive grant or something, and you include that amount in your budget, you have to be able to provide the documentation to support that you actually have those funds. So you submitting an application for a CSP grant, but not having been awarded it, I would not expect to see CSP related funds in your budget. So again, you're going to have unless you've already been awarded grants, which that sometimes folks will award prior to approval and sometimes they won't. You're just going to want to be able to talk about what it looks like if you don't get those grants, if you're unable to secure additional funding, what types of lending or goals you might have to support your pre-opening expenses during year 0. I will just note here, because of the note about providing documentation, oftentimes we see grant awards in this space be contingent upon approval. And so for us, as long as the person making the grant says that you will receive those funds upon approval, that is sufficient for us. If they're still considering you after approval or still in a consideration phase, that is not acceptable. But if they say, yes, we will fund you if you get approved, that is what we need. And lastly, I want to talk just a little bit here about pre-opening team capacity. And so this is often very similar to the board capacity that Aaron talked about the people who need to be on the board doing the things, but maybe a little bit more boots on the ground almost. So what the reviewer is looking for? They want to see who's on your pre-opening team. So do you already have a school leader identified? And what role are they going to be able to play in this process during this pre-opening year? Is this going to be their full-time job? Are they still working a full-time job somewhere else until the school gets off the ground? How much time are you going to be able to commit? Your governing board, what is the makeup of your governing board? And do they have the skills needed to be able to support you during the pre-opening year? Also, though, do they have the time to support you during the pre-opening year? So you can have the most highly qualified governing board that there is, with the top attorneys and financial people and CPAs and whoever, but if I look at their resume and see that they have 15 other volunteer engagement type responsibilities, and they're a very high profile person at like their company or something like that, I might have questions about how much time they're going to be able to dedicate to this work. Because when it actually comes to opening the school, you have to be able to dedicate the time to getting the work done. And so that's just another piece too. It's a balance between having the most highly qualified people to support the work, but also with the capacity to help the school off the ground. So just something you're going to want to balance as you're putting together your opening team. Also, at this point, you might be starting to partner with vendors, which is great to have folks in the space that are already identified to help you. Again, those folks need to get paid, most likely. And so if they are, how are you going to pay for them? And then also, what does that relationship look like? So what is that contract relationship like? What are the expectations? Who from the school's governing board leadership team is monitoring the vendor obligations to make sure that they're doing what they said that they are doing? And then how do you engage your larger stakeholder community? So for many of you, there's a large grassroots effort that goes into creating a school, which is fantastic. How can you tap into that community to be able to support them pre-opening? What might you be able to use other committees or other support structures within that to help spread the word, do communication events? Our projected parents maybe help you do like a clean up the yard day to get your facility ready, that kind of thing. So thinking through a little bit about how you can engage a larger stakeholder network for supporting the school. Other things that you're going to consider is what role different play throughout the process. Who is responsible for the various pre-opening requirements and how much do they need to complete those tasks? So oftentimes we see schools with an identified leader be assigned the majority of the tasks on the pre-opening checklist or to get the school open. But there are a whole host of different things that need to happen, and that school leader might not have the expertise in developing a budget and a facility and selecting a curriculum and doing all the hiring and doing engagement and fundraising, and the list goes on and on and on. So you want to think about who is going to be assigned different parts of the pre-opening process to get a school off the ground. How you're going to be able to divide that up to where you don't have someone starting the school who's already burnt out before the school starts. And then how are you going to be able to provide supplemental resources, fill in the gaps where maybe someone isn't as strong, because you can't be, Superman in all things. So you want to be able to lean in on your strengths and backfill where you're maybe a little bit weaker. So, and then the other thing to think about as well are there any special skills that you will need more exclusively during the pre-opening phase? So you might have a board that's really designed to support your school once you're operational. You might have some great academic team people and data analysis and all that kind of stuff. But when you're in the pre-opening phase, you might really need some real estate help. Do you put that on the board? Do you just have someone who's volunteering in that space for a limited time to help you get the work done during the pre-opening year? Is it something you contract out or have a vendor or something like that, because it's so critical that you need someone who's ultimately responsible, controlly responsible to get done. So those are just things that you want to consider as you're building out your pre-opening team, is who's going to do the work, what capacity they have to do that, and what gaps you need to fill with folks who might not be there to get the work done. So with that, I am going to check and see if there are any questions in the chat box regarding what would be expected during the pre-opening phase.
I have one question regarding generating revenue. So is it appropriate to partner with a for-profit childcare learning center? The question says that the learning center would lease a section, I'm assuming, of the building from the nonprofit to generate revenue for the charter school.
Yeah, so we have schools, we have people that do like pre-K, where they do like a Georgia's pre-K or something like that. And then, you know, you can, depending on what is in your lease agreement, can manage any sort of like subletting for the facility that would be allowable. And if you're able to negotiate that with your landlord, or if you own the building, you could kind of play around with that in terms of revenue generation. There's also ways to, I would always encourage folks to partner with local childcare centers in the area for like marketing and community engagement type stuff, because that's your pipeline into your school. There is the ability in the charter contract to have a like matriculation priority from a pre-K. I just always want to caution folks, because that always seems really appealing. There are some pieces of that can sometimes get sideways with federal requirements for CSP, which is like a huge body for schools in Georgia in the pre-opening space, and eligible. So just something that you're going to want to consider as you're kind of thinking through how to like a childcare facility or pre-K is what are the CSP eligibility. But yes, the long and short is there are ways that you can kind of generate revenue by leasing out your gym or leasing out different parts of your facility to different groups.
Not seeing any other questions right now.
Okay. Well, with that, that was our last presentation for the day. So we ran a little bit early, which really gets you a little time back, but we'll hang on here for a couple of minutes. If you have any other questions for any other presentations, the folks who are still on can try to respond to those, or if we can't, we can definitely follow up with you via email. Also, if you have some other more specific questions, you know you want to follow up with us, all of our contact information is on the SCSC website, so feel free to do that as well. Just as a general follow-up, we will be sending out an email with a copy of the slide deck as well as a copy of the recording, so that way you can access that, and it will also be posted on our website hopefully by the end of the week. So if you have any questions or want to refer back to this presentation, please be on the lookout for that. Again, always happy to answer questions. Reach out via email, happy to schedule a time to chat. So with that, feel free to have a great rest of your day. We'll hang on for 1 or 2 more minutes to monitor the chat box, and then we look forward to reading your applications when submitted.
One question
I see a
says,
question here about, oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you're the person who is planning to be the school leader, can you continue the process for applying, or will you need to have someone else to do it? You can be the point person on the petition, but again, with the governing board. So you need to have, to Aaron's original presentation earlier in the day, at least 3 governing board members, a fully built out governing board is ultimately the one holding the charter contract. So there does need to be a governing board in place, but the school leader can be the primary applicant. All right, I am not seeing any more typing in the chat. Again, always feel free to email us. Let us know if you have any other questions. One came right. Can a school leader or governing board member be a law enforcement officer? Yes. I do not see why not. One or two more minutes to get those last questions in the chat. You have them. Alrighty, I think we've got all the questions that we're gonna get. Feel free to email us if you think of something as soon as we log off. We'll be happy to answer that. Y'all have a great rest of your day.